gouvernement du Québec, Ville de Montréal, Tourisme Montréal, China National Sports Group, Navarre Impact Assurance, IGA, Parc Olympique, Hôtel Universel, Yule Aéroport de Montréal, et Matrec. Merci beaucoup pour votre support. So big thank you to the partners and sponsors that were just mentioned. We really appreciate your help this weekend. Beaucoup d'athlètes viennent de nous rejoindre cet après-midi. Il y en avait beaucoup qui étaient déjà préqualifiés. So we had a lot of pre-qualified athletes that are now with us this afternoon for the start of the 1,500 meter distance for the quarterfinals. We should expect to see a lot of action this afternoon as the skaters vie to take a spot in the main event tomorrow afternoon. The advancement here is 2 plus 5. Avancement de 2 plus 5 pour le 1500 mètres. Racing will start in a few seconds.
cherchait ses affaires, il était toujours
First race of the afternoon session here in Montreal. The quarterfinals of the women's 1500 meters. And now we start to see some of the big names in their preferred events. And right on the front, that instantly recognizable crystal globe helmet. It's the defending overall winner. It's the defending world champion in this distance, Kim Gilly. And just running through the rest of the list as they still start to wind things up. Nakashima Mide of Japan, Rebecca Shilice-Nemeth of the Hungarian Falcons, Hyojin Kim of the Australian Racing Roos, Svetlana Repetska of the Ukrainian Wildcats, Zoe Deltrap of the Dutch Lions, one of the youngsters in that recognizable orange kit on the front right now, and Kamila Stormowska of Poland.
Controlled pace to start here in the 1500. Not too aggressive on the speed just yet.
There will be 7 heats. Top 2 automatically move on, and a maximum of the 5 third-place skaters will move into the semifinals.
We've often seen Kim Gilly take the approach of racing more from the back, but we see her taking control of the race here, taking an early lead. You know, you don't want to get trapped in the back of early rounds. It's imperative you get through these to go on to get to that final down the road.
New names in this Dutch program. Zoe Deltrap in third, Stormowska into second place. Now Kim still in control.
4.5 laps to go here. Kim controlling the lead, building up the speed.
It's Kim, it's Stormowska, it's Deltrap. A move coming from one of the ninjas, Nakashima.
First 2 skaters guarantee their qualification through the next round, then looking for the next 5 fastest times. So watch for those skaters up top. First 3, they're the ones looking to get through.
Still smooth as you like. It's Kim Gilly, Kamila Stormowska, and Nakashima Mide at the bell. It's going to be Kim likely holding on here, not facing a late challenge. Stormowska trying to hang into second, and she will do just that. No yellow dots in the corners, meaning nothing's getting a second look. So I think we're back to our clean skating that we saw a fair chunk of this morning.
Kim Gilly taking no chances. I like the way that she controlled that race, getting out front, just keeping it clean, taking no risks. It's also, this is a bit of a warm-up for her too, as we haven't seen her on the ice yet today.
She is still such a young skater that she races beyond her years. We did see her in the 500, actually.
We did, sorry.
You weren't here.
I was occupied during the 500, but I'm back now, and I missed that one.
She looked good in that one too, even though it wasn't her preferred event.
But looking in top form again this year.
Clean race through the first heat. Went about as you would expect with the top 2. Really moving on. Actually, Stormowska was out of lane number 7. So nice race from her. And Nakashima will have to wait and see. Look at that lovely crystal globe helmet. Results moving into the second heat. Our first look of the weekend at Kristen Santos Griswold. She was second at the World Championships in this distance. Also, Kim Boutin here. Pretty big fields already. Running through Santos Griswold, Zhu Li of the Chinese Lungs, Lisa Confortola of the Italian Gladiators, Gabriela Topolska of the Polish Hussars, Valentina Askic of the Croatian Dalmatians, Kim Boutin, the first of the women Canadian Ice Maples, and Paulina Klevtsuen of the Norwegian Vikings, and she's sitting on the front.
Kim Boutin took part of the last season off, opted out of some World Cups, so that's why we see her with a bit lower ranking in the 1500 meter here. But of course, she won the 500 meter at World Championships in Rotterdam this year.
Real standard bearers of this Canadian women's program. Courtney Sahalo missing some of the action, still recovering from injury.
Kristen Santos Griswold, of course, dominant performances at the World Championships, collecting a medal in every single event in which she competed. So we'll see if she's still in that top form that she finished off last season.
Santos Griswold really did challenge for the Crystal Globe for so long, ultimately coming up just short to Kim Gilly, the woman we just saw. And some jostling around, different changes of position. That is
great move to the front. Kristen's got some work cut out for her here.
Top two automatically moving on. Remember, now it's Askic. With Boutin on the front, Valentina Askic.
4.5 laps to go now.
Elisa Confortola in second. Behind Kim Boutin, looking quite comfortable, both hands on the back. There comes Kristen Santos Griswold.
Kim's got to be ready to react, how to jump on Kristen Santos if she gets around on the outside like she does here.
And it is Santos Griswold timing the move just right. Elisa Confortola up into second place. And it is really strung out now. At the bell, the American Kristen Santos Griswold facing a challenge now. Elisa Confortola. Kim Boutin also trying to make it close. It's going to be Kristen Santos Griswold and Elisa Confortola, 1 and 2.
Fantastic race by Confortola there. You know, I think she positioned herself well in the pack. She wasn't taking too much time at the front. She wasn't leading. She was in that draft, making the moves when she needed to. Really impressed by her skating.
And another clean race. It's kind of been the theme so far this week. Or this weekend. It's been one day, it's been one morning. We've had a lot of clean racing is the Cliff's Notes of what I'm trying to say.
There's Confortola in the back, moving up through the pack.
There's a lot of movement around there, a lot of changes of positions, lead changes, and then Boutin for a good chunk of time, giving it up late.
Yeah, so we'll be paying close attention to the time advancements. Kim Boutin finishing third, currently holding a time position, but obviously this is only the second heat, and we're looking to take the 5 fastest thirds of a total of 7 heats. And again, we've got to be paying close attention for advancements, but so far, no advancements yet.
Boutin certainly is faster than that first heat from the looks of things.
Yeah, a 2:22, that's not a slow time, that's a solid time, so that could very well hold up.
Skaters of the third heat on this. There are those results from heat number 2. It's a big heat in heat number 3. We'll start with the headliner, Hannah de Smet of Belgium, Zhang Yizhe of the Chinese Lungs, 2 French women, Chloé Olivier and Gwendolyn Daudet, Holly Hoyland of the British Royals, Keith Miao, the youngster from the Canadian Maples, and Thea Johansson of Sweden. De Smet, the center of some controversies at the Rotterdam World Championship. She does like to leave it light, does like to make her moves. Sometimes it haunts her. She joked on social media at they had Belgian Championships after the Worlds that she got through without being penalized. So she was able to laugh off what might have been a Worlds that she didn't maybe think she got the results she wanted.
Yeah, de Smet is certainly a fierce competitor. You know, she's not afraid to get her elbows up and battle it out, but she's always looking to do whatever it takes to win. And, you know, you need to have that attitude to succeed in short track.
Always interesting to see the first race of the year where the athletes might have taken their off season for a little bit. She was busy graduating with a master's degree in economics, so lining herself up for what might be a pretty successful post-racing career. And now the two French roosters combining to get to the front.
You know, and something that we talk about, you know, at the start of the new year, we start to see some new faces, some young skaters that maybe we've seen a little bit on other levels. Ki Miao of the Ice Maples being one of those skaters. Interesting to see how she can mix things up, try to make a name for herself.
At the moment, Chloé Olivier of the French Roosters on the front. The Canadian-born skater.
Similar to Heat 1, a bit slower pace to start here. Not a lot of urgency to go for a time. Holly Hoyland moving up, slipping into second place. Nice little pass there.
Roosters and Royals on the front.
Second is such a great spot to be. You're ahead of a lot of the field. You have a direct line to the lead. If you hear skaters coming to make a jump and you're not having to break the air in front of you, you benefit from that draft.
It's Daudet, and it's Hoyland and Olivier now trying to jump to the front. Watching Hannah Desmet, she's back near the back, but it looks like this might be the time. Here comes Hannah Desmet, the Ice Bear, stalking the Roosters on the front, and Desmet into second now, eyeing the lead with inside 4 laps to go.
Desmet really taking advantage of a wide track here. That's the best track for getting to a high speed. That allows her to get by cleanly. Outside pass is going to be the cleanest way usually to get by, and she's taking full advantage of that wide speed track right now.
And it is Hannah Desmet with a clear lead. Zhang Yizhe not really in the conversation. She started sitting right in the pack, but Hannah Desmet knows her way to the front and easily does just that. And we'll move on. It's a battle for second. Snuck up there at the last second. I think Zhang did hang on, but Ki Miao also right up there. Actually, we'll see.
Going to photo finish, but it did look like Zhang in second and Ki Miao taking in third. We'll also, again, be paying attention to those third place times. Something to mention, too, Hannah Desmet has been training here in Montreal all summer, very familiar with these ice conditions. That's a big advantage when you're skating here day in, day out. Even just your daily environment you're familiar with, you're sleeping in your own bed. Those things make a difference for skaters.
We have another World Championship medalist in this distance out on the ice in the next heat.
So we get a replay of Desmet here. We're going to see her going nice, wide, outside track, really clean. No controversies there at all. That's how you make it happen.
Smoothly moving through to take the win. And here's the battle for second. Zhang just hanging on. Pity the French result there, Chloé Olivier, the two they were leading for so long, this time coming up just short in 4th place. Another big field. Results confirmed. So leading off this one, Corin Stoddard, bronze medalist from Rotterdam in the World Championships. Woman from the Pacific Northwest of the United States. Olga Tikhonova, Yamana Rina, Lam Qingyan, Alina Ashgaliev, Betty Muska, and Leah Mead. Some confusion on the line there. Mead is supposed to be behind, but now they're sorted.
Ready.
And the big cheer from the students. This isn't the one where they blast off the line. It's sort of a false little enthusiasm there. It's, oh right, this is the one where the tactics come into play a little bit more.
Corey Stoddard taking no time though.
Really is picking up the speed, and there's a lot of jostling. 2 wide, 3 wide through some of these corners early on. 2 nomads on the Kazakhstan side.
Corey Stoddard really established herself last year on the world circuit with multiple bronze medals. That bronze medal in the 1500 meter at Worlds, as you mentioned, Gavin, so she's definitely a threat here in this distance.
And Stoddard and Santos Griswold really the spine of that mixed relay side, where on the men's side they have some younger skaters, so those two really leading the way there. Now it is Stoddard hitting the front. Different change of plans, though. Ashgalieva hitting the front, but just for a moment as Stoddard takes it right back. So much jockeying around there behind her. Very close quarters. Six to go. There's a bump there. Right as 2 skaters down. And that will certainly get a look. That was sort of played out over a long period of time. It started with a bump and it just kind of spiraled from there. Now they're strung out. Now it's Stoddard on the front. Yamana Arena of the Japanese Ninjas trying to hang in there. She'll close up nicely.
Yamada can just sit there now. They've got a gap between second to third, so they're comfortable here to go through. Don't need to take any unnecessary risks at this point.
And it's Stoddard. Prime example. Staying out in front, staying above the fray. No point in risking the danger at the bow. It's Stoddard in front. Yamana Arena of the Japanese Ninjas in a good position to pick up that second spot. And crossing third will be Alina Ashgalieva of the Kazakh Nomads. And we'll see what decisions are, because this one is going to take a look.
So again, one of those reasons why you want to find yourself near the front is when you see those collisions taking place and you're in the back, you can be the victim of someone falling and taking you out when you're not really involved in it. Again, so staying clear of that as best you can in the early rounds definitely helps you out.
If you're the innocent bystander behind a collision and you're the one who goes down, they don't advance you out of that one, do they?
No, they do not.
It looks like we might have things figured out. They are back in the middle of the ice.
Tight entry here on the replay. Yamada coming on the inside.
Kashima was involved. Sorry, Yamana, pardon me. And bump. See.
Watching Corey Stoddard here, her left foot is so strong coming off that apex. Looks so solid.
Still being reviewed. It looked like they'd come out. The next heat is on the ice, so they might be locking in those results to make an announcement shortly.
Yeah, they're reviewing that inside pass by Yamada here. Also looking for possible lane change. It's Tikhonova here who kind of becomes the victim of this incident.
Skaters for the next heat are already out. We have 3 more to go. And here's the word.
After a review, we got a shared responsibility for number 51 from Japan and number 38 from Kazakhstan. So no penalty.
There you have it. Nobody penalized. Yamana Arena and Alina Ashgalieva, pardon me, Olga Tikhonova. It's a shared responsibility situation, and Leah Mead, unfortunately, just the innocent person caught up in all of it. So no punishment made it out. And moving right along, we'll get going here. The top seed in this heat number 6, 7 skaters as Gong Li of the Chinese Lungs, Gloria Ioriati of the Italian Gladiators. Pardon me, I'm a heat ahead of myself. Shim Soki of the Korean White Tigers, Ariana Siegel, the Italian Gladiators, Hirai Ami of the Japanese Ninjas, Lisa Eckstein of the Wolves, Angel Delman, the immensely talented youngster, Choi Min Jong of the White Tigers, and Petra Yashapati of the Hungarian Falcons. So 2 White Tigers in this one.
Shim Soki, former 1500-meter world champion. Also 2-time 1,000-meter world champion. Very well decorated. And as you mentioned, Angel Dahlman, young skater from the Netherlands. Someone to watch for. 2-time world junior long track champion as well.
At the moment, it's like just a nice Sunday cruise at the moment is Choi. Delman in front. And now Shim to join her teammate, but as Delman hits the front. It is the Lion being stalked by 2 Tigers. Waiting for the shift, waiting for the move. And it's Petra Yashapati deciding she wants a turn at the front, quickly being followed by Hirai Ami, the Japanese Ninjas. And those 2 made their move to get to the front.
Pace is certainly a little quicker here. This is a pretty strong field here, so 1 and 2, positions 1 and 2 to go through will be a challenge, so looking for that 3rd place time as well.
He does look pretty brisk as well, so chasing that 3rd placed opportunity. It's Yashapati still in front. She started out in position 7, so wouldn't have been the fancied skater in this field, but there's still a long way to go and a lot of this story still to write. And here comes Delman.
Shim Soki in 5th, watch for her. She got great endurance, very good at making those outside passes, can carry her speed very well. Here we go.
And the 2 White Tigers stalking, pouncing now. And they hit the front.
Great execution by both skaters. Those White Tigers are flying now.
Almost stride for stride in unison are these 2 at the bell. Now they just drop the hammer and pull away. Nice late move to get up into 3rd by Ariana Siegel. She was just sort of there for so long, but she jumps up into 3rd. And it is the Korean White Tigers 1 and 2, and a Gladiator in 3rd.
Choi looked really strong there towards the finish. Shim Soki knows that's 1 and 2 going through, so she doesn't have to take the win, but you could see Choi pulling away a little bit at the end. Looking in good form right now.
Another clean race as well. Very strong field.
Angel Dahlman's still a junior skater as well, so we're seeing her all over the place. Really cool to see a skater who's competing in both disciplines of short track and long track speed skating, making a great name for herself already in her early career.
And we have seen plenty do both at this level and the Olympic level. Sort of good segue to talk about Ariana Fontana, not here with this Italian side. She's also been dabbling with the clap skates.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what she's doing. It almost looks like she might be making a move to potentially try, the double of both sports. Who knows? But if anyone could do it, it's her.
Well, certainly, she showed up last year after missing a good chunk of the season and found herself right in the lead, right in the mix for winning races, and she did win medals.
Yeah,
so.
Back on a podium after a break, yeah.
There are the results. Choi and Shim 1 and 2. Going right into heat 6 of 7 now. The seeded skater in this is Gong Li of the Chinese Lungs, Gloria Ioriati, Medina Zanbusanova, Uliana Dubrova, Annabelle Green, Katarina Budic, and Natalia Malashevska. There's Ioriati right there.
It's looking like that 2:31 time is about where you're going to need to be to get through for the third place advancements.
Ready.
Gong Li took a bronze and a silver medal last year in the World Cups. Certainly a skater to watch.
The front, Malashevska started behind everybody. She decides to take a pull at the front.
We talked about Malashevska before. She's been off the circuit for a little bit. Not typically a 1,500 meter skater, but we're going to be seeing kind of what shape she's in now.
From the British Royals, Annabelle Green. Number 83 from the Croatian Dalmatians, Katarina Buric.
Gong
And number
Li
97 from the
right behind her, and Ioriati finishing out the top 3. Malashevska, born in Białystok, which is, I believe that's where they train. There's a lot of skaters that come out of that part of Poland. Has a World Championship silver medal in the 500. Speaking to what Tyler's saying about her sprint prowess, this is a different beast altogether, but the longer it goes, the longer she can store up that energy and save a burst at the end. And certainly to her liking.
Yeah, the pace has been a bit slower, so this is kind of playing into her favor here. When we start slow, we finish fast, but it gives those sprinters a chance to save their legs a bit so they can have that speed for the finish.
Burst of pace by Ioriati, and 2 skaters down. Ioriati stayed above it. She was just about there. And it's Gong Li who goes down.
With the Brova there, that was a little bit of a late entry. Going to be a review on that. Gong Li was in the front there, so we'll wait for the official decision, but potential advancements to come.
And it's Medina Zanbusanova on the front. Ioriati, Budic, now Ioriati going for the lead. And she makes that one stick. She's smaller than a lot of the skaters, so she finds those openings and sneaks them through almost you look like a Kim Gilly kind of stature.
Yeah, one of those advantages to being smaller, you can fit in those tighter gaps.
And it's Ioriati now, pouring some gasoline on the fire, burning away from the field.
She's not holding off, keeping the speed going. She has a healthy lead here.
She got almost a front row seat to that closing. She was just making some moves there, and it's Ioriati winning it. Malashevska coming up for second.
Yeah, that race played in her favor for sure. Losing Gong Li for the finish, that opened the door a little bit.
So we'll get a review of that one to be sure. They're still making sure they finish their races. There's the collision right there. So it was just as Ioriati was going to the front with 3 skaters. There's
4 skaters across there.
And Malashevska looked like she got a little bit of a bump too. Everybody was involved here. There's a little tap. There's a bump. And then those 2 go down. And Malashevska stays up. Ioriati stays just around it.
Generally being on the outside like Gong Li was there is the safer place to be, but when something comes through on the inside like that, there's nothing you can do. Dubrova just trying to sneak in there, but not a lot of room.
So any advancement would, of course, mess with the third-placed advancements, change things up there. They're still looking. From how it works here, they look like they review at one screen, they go down and punch in some stuff on the other screens, and then they go out and make the announcement to us.
Yeah, they also want to review it from different angles, because depending on the angle that you look at it, you're going to get a different perspective. You'll see better how skaters are moving. And again, talking about this blue line down the straightaway gives us a good idea of what direction the skaters are traveling and if they're changing direction at all as those passes are being made.
Kind of looks too like Dubrova was on her own and could have also just gone down on her own.
Yeah,
there.
just a little bump with
Malashevska?
Malashevska, thank you. It's a mouthful.
Looks like they've moved from one screen to the other, and it looks like we are seconds away from an announcement. Oh, never mind. We got dummied here a little bit. They still won't let the seventh heat out onto, as I say that, they're coming out onto the ice now. That's always perhaps a sign. That one we'll see Sandra Velzebor, the sprint specialist, out going for 1500. There we have it. Looks like there were microphone issues. So Gong Li is advanced. And so it looked like, yeah, Dubrova, it was not penalized, but Gong Li was advanced for being right there at the front, but then taken out, being the victim of this.
So that's where it's important that you're in the front of the race, being in a position to be advanced, right? That's a benefit of going out into the lead.
She would have been in a position to move on her own, and since she was taken out, that's when the advancement happened. There's the heat number 7, Danae Blais of the Ice Maples, Sandra Velzebor, Petra Vankova, Maya Dora Somady, Louisiana Stahl, and Diana Michalchuk of the Ukrainian Wildcats. New look there for Velzebor. You don't see that often, the full face shield.
Yeah, that's a new introduction. We haven't seen that before. You know, there's a few things you could strategize. Obviously, she's taking her safety as a priority. If you look at the neck guard that she's wearing, very high, right? Very well protected. The face shield as well protected. And who knows, potentially some aerodynamic benefits from that too.
And I noticed her sister, Michelle Velzebor, also had the face shield in training. And so I wonder if, I'm sure everybody's studying, everybody follows what everyone else is doing. And if there is a proven advantage, we might start to see more face shields. I know on the oval, talking about the team sprint, the introduction, when the U.S. men introduced the sling into the final exchange in the team sprint, the following weekend, everybody started doing them. And so there's a lot of monkey see, monkey do in this world.
Yeah, another impact is skaters wear glasses, right? You have to protect your eyes. Glasses are required. But at times, the frames of the glasses, if you're looking down, can be in your field of vision. So they can disrupt what you see. So a face shield like that, there's going to be no disruptions from a frame of a lens or from the glasses, if you will. So that, again, if you can be more relaxed position with your head, you may be more aerodynamic as well by being able to keep your head down rather than to bring your head up to see better.
And I know it's always interesting. Being in Canada, of course, there's the ice hockey conversation with the famous lack of teeth. And you often wonder, well, why is there no full face shield? Which is an option, but apparently they always complain about their own field of vision. But apparently Sandra Velzebor can see pretty well in this one.
Well, certainly been practicing with it and be comfortable with it.
Almost took an arm to the face there coming through, so obviously an immediate dividend being paid, but it's Danae Blais on the front. Velzeboer now having to come all the way from the back, and here she comes. We know she has speed, and she's right on the front, just like that.
Great move by Velzeboer there. Like you said, using her speed. Traditionally a 500-meter sprinter, multiple 500-meter world champion, and she's showing that speed right now.
Velzeboer, Blais, and Somodi hanging on.
So we'll see how Danae Blais wants to play this situation out. She's in a spot to go through in second. A little bit of a gap. Sometimes that's intentional, opening a gap between you and the lead skater, because it gives you an opportunity to accelerate into. Closing that gap up now.
1.5 to go. 3 skaters line astern. It is Sandra Velzeboer on the front, Danae Blais in second, Maya Dora Somodi in third. They've gone with a pretty good pace here too, but it is still Velzeboer and Blais 1 and 2. I think a clean race in the end. So not a bad look in the 1500 for the 500 specialist.
Yeah, and Velzeboer traditionally is in a 1500-meter skater, as we talked about, but that Crystal Globe overall title, these skaters want that, right? And if you want to claim that prize, you got to do as many distances as possible. And with this new format where we're not repeating one of the distances twice, opens up the door for skaters to compete in all events. And we're seeing a few of them do that this weekend.
The semis and finals really taking place over the weekend to get into the really big show. So this is the qualifying day. This is to set us all up for the weekend. And then it's 1,500 meters already out on the ice as we take a look back at this heat. Velzeboer, once she hit the front, there was no looking back.
And a bit of a different look to the Dutch Lions female team here this weekend. Missing Susanna Scholting, dealing with injury, Selma Poutsma out as well. 2 very strong skaters that, you know, have a big impact on the Dutch team. So we'll see how that comes into play for them in the team events with the relay and the mixed relay.
And it looks like the lucky qualifiers are Kim Boutin, Kim Yao, Alina Ashgalieva, and Ariana Siegel. There's the 2 coming out of that heat. And there you have a look at the qualifiers. The big Q means they do it automatically, and the little one means they got through as the 3rd place finishers. And the 1 advancement as well, like Gong Li there. And so the men out on the ice, switching over to the men's 1500. 7 heats, 7 skaters here getting ready. Here we go, just running through Kim Gun-woo, certainly one to watch in that gold helmet. Balázs Bontovics of the Hungarian Falcons. Sun Long, yes, that's Sun Long, world champion Sun Long. Not even one of the top seeded skaters in this race, but yeah, that memorable race in Rotterdam. And then we have Miata Shogo, Quentin Vercoq, who has now just hit the front. Lu Jianshuo, the Hong Kong Ice Chilens, and Oleg Hande, who's had a very busy day already.
Yeah, we had it last season with Sun Long wearing the crown of the 1500 meter, right? That can be heavy on your head, and you want to defend that title, so it's going to be great to watch him this weekend, see if he can do just that.
And wearing number 75, the Ukrainian Wildcats, Oleg Hande.
And it is Bontovics now on the front. Vercoq, the veteran skater, really. Harfleur from Normandy, if I'm not mistaken, in northern France. But it is now Miata on the front with Kim and Bontovics. Sun Long, if you're watching, he's in 5th. You're going to see just what moment does he decide to turn on the light switch.
Top 2 skaters going through, then looking at the next 4 fastest thirds.
Kim Gun-woo still on the front.
Furcock trying to make a move on the outside. The pace is picking up, though. That's difficult to make that outside move at this speed. He's still getting trapped out there, tucking back into third now.
Kim Gun-woo did have a 1,500-meter win in Beijing last season, one of his 2 gold medals. And here comes Sun Long now. Gets around 1, sort of. Not quite yet, not finished the move. Miyata still defending, now he gives way. And now Sun, and there's a collision at the back with 3 skaters going down. It's Kim Gun-woo in front, Sun Long in second. And Miyata Shogo in third, trying to push.
Oh, what a finish. Sun Long holding off a little bit. Miyata going right for the line. You can never relax. Great battle from those 2 this race. Sun Long on the outside, battling, trying to work his way in, but Miyata not giving up an inch there. We're gonna have to go to the photo here.
The instinct tells me it was Sun right away, but it was a very last-second push by Miyata, so might he have caught him?
We had 3 skaters going down there.
That incident is the one under review, but they were behind the front 3.
Yeah. Unlikely to see advancements from there. All the skaters got up quickly. Good to see that they look all right. They moved the mats a good 4 feet. When you have multiple skaters going in like that, it's a lot of momentum. Here we see a review of the finish. Sun Long looking over, realizing Miyata's not giving it up that easily. Again, the first 2 are the guaranteed.
There's the last second reach. Sun, you could tell he kind of did take the foot off the gas and then realized, and he just hung on in the end. The kick at the line. Whew.
Love to see those finishes, though.
Head on a swivel, as they say. It's a lesson learned in race number 1 for him.
So reviewing the inside move there by Hyundai. Contact on Bontovics. Sorry. On Liu. Reviewing Hyundai's move on Liu there. Hopefully get another replay of that incident. Oh, the decision's already been made.
Doesn't affect the results at all, and so Kim and Sun 1 and 2, and Miyata will wait and see. It's just the first heat. And we get that Crystal Globe helmet coming out in heat number 2. We get to look at Park Ji-won. Behind him, Pietro Segal, Brandon Kim, Mohamed Bozdag, Clayton DeClement, and Liam O'Brien. So 2 of the USA Eagles in this heat, hoping to fly. We saw Park in the 500, but this is where he is at his best. Of course, when we talk about those results from the World Championships, it wasn't really a memorable one. Well, I guess it was memorable for the wrong reasons for Park, going out in 2 of the event finals. And
with his own teammates.
With his own teammate. That's what made it extra memorable. Might have made for some awkward bus rides at the end, but you know, it doesn't take away from the season that he had going back to back. He's the only holder of the Crystal Globe on the men's side.
An incredibly difficult title to earn, and he's done it twice, looking to make it 3 in a row. He's certainly been the most dominant skater the past 2 seasons, crowned with that #1 title helmet.
Representing the Turkish Anatolian bars.
And it is Mohamed Bozdag, the Turkish Anatolian Pars. If I'm not mistaken, it's also called an Anatolian leopard.
A slower start than we've seen. Park taking advantage of that very slow pace just to work his way up. It looked like he was wanting to be a little bit more in the back earlier and making a move later, but when the speed's slow early, it ends quickly.
Clayton DeClement the American. We've already seen him racing today, deciding to inject some pace into this with Bosdag following. But now Park coming again.
Was the overall winner of the World Cup last year. That is in the right here, the custom.
They're just trying to hang in there. Nice move there from O'Brien.
He's now in second place.
Seagull moving up. Park jumping in.
Oh, and a big collision. Oh,
O'Brien down.
Everybody is safe. Seagull.
With Kim as well, yeah.
And Kim and Liam O'Brien going. Clayton DeClement, the American, making a nice move here. 4 racers in it. That incident will be under review. And Seagull, we always know he likes to leave it late. He never gives up, does that man?
He'll do whatever it takes to find a way. He will not quit on a race. Got to appreciate that in a skater.
And he makes the push for the lead. Park just watching, waiting. We just know the move is coming. It's a matter of when.
Looking extremely relaxed in that 3rd spot right now.
Just be heralding.
Here it is, 1 to go.
Clayton DeClement hanging in there, fending off the charge, but he can't stop Park. All the way around to the lead. It is Park, Seagull, and Clayton DeClement. 1, 2, 3.
It's always difficult when you're that skater in the lead and you feel someone like Park coming around the outside, and there is nothing that you can do to stop that from happening. Just dominant speed that he has.
And 2 men involved in that collision are still working to finish things up. Both okay from the looks of things.
Here's another look at it. Yeah, so O'Brien took a little bit of a bump, lost his speed, moving out here on the turn, coming into contact with Kim.
Always watch for the blades, keep them out of danger, and they keep them safely away from each other. Seagull. We've seen his sister skating as well.
Replay of that outside move by Park.
Comfortable in the end.
Little look over his shoulder, making sure he's safe.
So the investigation is into O'Brien. Possible arm push into the corner. Of course, Park did, it would have been an incident on Park, but he did move on. Look at that new helmet, the Itzhak Dalat designed helmet.
I think I heard there's actually 24 karat gold flaking to make that #1.
Oh, wow.
Making it extra valuable.
Let's look back at the incident. Yeah, he just lost his speed and was drifting.
Yeah, the arm came up a little bit, but it wasn't too much contact, but that drift kind of bounced him right out here.
And Wesley Park, the innocent bystander in all this, just gets taken out. That was a pretty high-speed collision, too.
Yeah, Kim found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time there.
While we waiting on that, the skaters for the 3rd race are on the ice.
Skaters for the 3rd race are on the ice. And it looks like, yeah, there's no supplemental discipline here in the end. There you have it. And a bit of an ovation here for the Canadian Ice Maple Felix Roussel. Seated skater in this heat, though, Stan Desmet. We saw him today already. There's Roussel, Andrew Heo, Brendan Corey. Second time we see him today. Aibek Nasen of the Kazakh Nomads and Radek Fajkus of the Czech Ice Spiders. Roussel back and healthy. He was the late scratch at the World Championships. You actually pointed it out to me before, or right when I got there, that he had injured himself and wouldn't be competing. Although that opened the door for William Danjanu in the 1,000 meters.
Which paid off with Danjanu securing the 1,000-meter World Championship title. But Felix Roussel, as you mentioned, went down. As I recall, it was a collarbone injury. Great to see him back on the ice here. He's going to be an exciting skater to watch this weekend.
A lot of skaters in the offseason, they head to the beach, someplace warm. Roussel did some of his time in Iceland, sort of changing things up a bit. Or not changing them, keeping things consistent with the cooler temperatures. It's De Smet on the front. We have that great story of Brendan Corey, the Racing Roo, the now defending bronze medalist in the 1,500 meters from those World Championships. One of the great stories of that event. As I say that, he's moving his way up now.
And that was a huge moment for him in his career. To earn a World Championship medal, not easy to do by any stretch, and he had earned it. Roussel coming the inside.
Pretty good field here.
Yeah, very strong field. Roussel's an explosive skater. Great passing capability, so we'll pay attention for him at the end. We've got De Smet out front. Again, we've talked about it earlier. He has World Championship medal to his name in this distance. Got great endurance.
Heyo, the American now on the front. Nobody's really giving anything here.
Roussel using that speed.
And it's Roussel, Heyo, De Smet, Brendan Corey in fourth.
Roussel opening it up here.
Let's see if it tightens back up again. 3 to go. And it will. Heyo, nice performance by the American to stay in contention here.
Let's watch for Stein. He's setting up wide, getting 2 crossovers into the corner. He's building it out again.
At the bell, 4 skaters all in contention. A little skip from De Smet.
Corey
sneaks through. Brilliant move. And the man from Australia.
There
Goodness.
we go. Continuing where he left off at Worlds. What an exciting finish.
Feel the rush indeed.
Yeah.
And a thumbs up for Brendan Corey. It started with De Smet kind of taking a skip there halfway through.
Yeah, De Smet was setting up that pass, going out wide, coming in with Heyo. Corey flying in with speed, even coming from fourth to sneak. That was an incredible straightaway. That's the rush of short track.
Ran the risk there a little bit, Corey, too. He squeezed through. The door was closing and just got through in the nick of time before it ended with the entire peloton going down.
Let's wait to see this replay queue up. Andrew Heyo, he knows that De Smet is coming behind him. He goes with a bit of a deep track on the entry here. De Smet comes in, they bump. Corey with the speed from behind sneaks through. Roussel's too tight there. Corey gets around the outside.
And he almost forced himself through.
Yeah.
Right? Right there.
Takes the opportunity there. He saw those skaters. He could see it happening, right? He was just gunning for it.
And that's what makes the 1500 so cool. There's so much build-up, and then it's just released in this moment of delightful wackiness. Thumbs up.
Well done.
Here's the result. No extra discipline. Everything was fine. Corey, Roussel 1-2, and De Smet 2:21. That is one of the faster times, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's the fastest third place time right now. Jumping into the fourth heat, Li Wenlong, Lucas Speckenhauser, Felix Pigeon, Benson Nogradi, Wara Noiron, and Roberts Kreuzbergs. Those are the third place times right now. De Smet leading the way. A couple seconds. Clayton de Clement. Not the quickest. There's Li Wenlong.
Quick ice repair here.
Speckenhauser. There he is. Bronze in the 1,000 meters in Rotterdam. That race that the Italian side picked up second and third. Drawing up the fire extinguisher, a couple blasts to that to fix things up. There is Krusbergs. Not his best season last year, was shut out from the podium on the World Cup. But he has some hardware to his name. He does have a victory, if I'm not mistaken, at least one.
Yeah, he's got a 1,000-meter gold, and he secured 2 seasons ago 5 World Cup medals. So certainly decorated skater looking to get back on the podium.
This time the ice is ready, we're all ready, the skaters are ready, and they're off. And it is Felix Pigeon of the Polish Hussars. It's a very French-sounding name. You'd be right. He is born here in Quebec, skating for the Hussars, though.
Speckenhauser with a bronze medal in the 1,000-meter at Worlds. Always an exciting skater to watch. Watch for late moves from him, too.
It's Waron, the lower-ranked skaters at the front, but now Lee hitting the front, deciding to control things. There's a bump there at the back, and as always, it's if you're strong enough to stay in the front, it's never a bad idea because you're staying away from the argy-bargy of sorts. Absolutely.
And as we talked about, if something does go wrong and you're in the front, you're at least in a position to have that advancement opportunity.
And it is Pigeon now on the front, ahead of Lee. Here comes Krusberg's nice little move to sneak up on the inside, close quarters, but he snuck his way through.
Lee was actually an inline skater when he was younger who found he had a talent for the ice.
It is the Latvian Golden Star, Roberts Krusbergs. The two-man team that the Latvians have. Rainus Berzens has had a pretty good day so far. It's Krusbergs on the front. 3.5 to go. Lee now decides it's my turn.
Yeah, Krusbergs and Lee pushing the pace here at the front, making it increasingly difficult to pass, but let's watch for Speckenhauser as we get to the finish. Krusberg's jumping in the inside.
And here comes Pigeon as well. There's a lot of elbows flying around there.
Speckenhauser has to go. He's on the outside, making it look effortless.
At the bell, still Krusbergs. It's Speckenhauser slotting up behind him. Now it's Speckenhauser going for the lead. The top two have a gap over Lee Wenlong, and that's how it goes. Krusbergs and Speckenhauser 1-2.
I like the patience from Speckenhauser there, not panicking. Obviously, he's confident in his strength right now, his speed, making the outside pass at the end of a 1500 when your legs are tired, making it look easy.
Certainly lots in that race. Just looking at the times, not yet confirmed. Stan Desmet's, the 2:21 at the moment, is the fastest one. It's 4 of 7, third place at most. Moving on. Gold star for the Golden Star. I think anything's getting another look, so 3 heats to go, and the third place time there, Lee Wenlong, was 2:17, the fastest one we've seen so far. So all going to plan for him. That will be enough, but still 3 heats to go. Always the possibility of those advancements and such. Already moving on to heat number 5, another white tiger on the prowl here. Jang Sun Woo, Yerkabulan Shamukanov, Jens Vanetwout, Yangun Ben Jung, Sven Roos, Dutch line, and Zdeněk Sejpal of the Czech ice spiders. There's Jung right there. 8th in the world coming in this distance. Couple of lions, a tiger, a nomad, a wolf, a spider. Off and away on their skates.
Jang Sung-woo, a very versatile skater. Last year collecting medals in each distance, 500, 1,000 meter, and 1,500 meter.
It's Sven Roos leading the way. Now there it is on the front. Jung trying to take control here.
Jans van het Wout, another skater to watch here.
Silver medal from Rotterdam in this distance. And it is Roos on the front. Talked about him when he was doing his earlier round. He does consider himself a 1,500 meter specialist, 24 years old. He had a hip operation at the end of the 2022 season. Faring pretty well right now behind Jang Sung-woo.
Jans van Wout leaving a little bit of a gap there. Controlling the speed. As the speed increases, you don't need to accelerate right away. You want to try to keep a consistent pace. So you're not accelerating, decelerating, accelerating, decelerating. That costs you more energy.
And still, Jang Sung-woo, Van het Wout now up into second place. And Roos in third.
Watching Jans van het Wout, he's got a really interesting left push. He's got a very strong left coming through. It's almost grabbing the ice and pulling it under. You can see how his knee's dropping in. There we go. Jumps right off that left into the lead.
At the bell, it is Jens van het Wout in the lead. Jang Sung-woo in second. Sven Roos in third. We'll see how his time holds up. But it is Van het Wout winning. 2:16 the winning time, 2:16.59. And so it looks like that goes even faster, that heat.
Another quick race. That's going to get Sven Roos through on time.
Should be enough for him, barring somehow a whole slew of advancements. Not sure that would be possible.
At this point, only 2 races left, so I think he'll be safe.
So 2 Lions moving on.
Another look at that inside pass. A little bit of a battle there, but he gets through cleanly.
Confirmation. They've just announced Steven Dubois is in the next heat, right up there in the Crystal Globe standings last year.
Yeah, knocking at the door of Park there, trying to take that Crystal Globe title from him last year, but Park held on.
And taking on the mantle of Canadian leadership with Pascal Dion, calling it a day. There's confirmation of those results. Now we'll move into 6 of 7 as Niall Tracy, the British Royal, Steven Dubois, just mentioned him, Furkan Akar, Thomas Natalini of the Italian Gladiators, Won Jun Moon, and another Royal. So Royal in position 1, Royal in position 6, and this one is Peter Riches. Dubois instantly recognizable by his big, thick beard. I think it's just part of the furniture now. It'd almost be a surprise one day to walk in and see him clean shaven.
It's a signature look. We have some skaters in these rounds, of course, who had to make it through the preliminaries already. Some of these skaters, this is their first round, as they were pre-qualified, like Steven Dubois.
Riches rather, out in front. There's a bit of a gap there. I think that was more accidental than anything else. The neutral, and I think I'll speak behalf on the neutral, I'm always sort of secretly hoping there will be someone who throws caution to the wind and sees what happens. Most tactical, obviously, of the individual races, where there's so much more time to think about everything. Obviously, time being, relative. It's still a 2-minute race. It's over in a hurry, but
you can't get caught flat-footed, right? Waiting for something to happen. It's best to be proactive sometimes. And here we have Niall Tracy. We've seen him a few times today. Skating great so far this weekend. Controlling the race from the lead.
Dubois, if you're wondering, he's sneaking his way up. It's up into fourth. There's a look at him right there. He's behind a car. A car perhaps more of a 500 specialist. Now Natalini deciding to make a move and really injecting the pace now around the outside. A car trying to make a move. We saw him go down earlier. He thought better of a move there, and that might have been for the better.
Dubois finds himself back into 5th position here. Coming close to getting to the end of this race, so moves are going to have to start being made.
Get ready for some fireworks. Inside 4 laps to go. The biggest names in this race, perhaps, or the biggest name in this race, perhaps having to make a move sooner rather than later. 2.5 to go. It's Natalini on the front, Tracy behind.
Dubois looking really relaxed on these corners. Carrying that speed, wow. Outside on Natalini.
That's the bell. It's Tracy on the front. Dubois battling for second with Natalini, and it is Dubois around the final corner. Both of them keeping their skates on. And Niall Tracy, the fist pump. Nice work from him. And a British Royal potentially into the semifinal.
A great finish by Tracy there. He's got Dubois on his outside. You know these skaters, they have a lot of respect for each other. When he's not giving an inch to Dubois right now, showing that he deserves to be there and in the front.
Well, timing his move just right, saving just enough. He knew he didn't have to win. Just got up into that position. And from the looks of things, Niall Tracy and Steven Dubois 1 and 2. With Natalini with a 2:24.05 provisionally. So it's touch and go with him right now. With 1 heat left to go.
Another look at Dubois' pass on Riches. Still relaxed on that outside, not putting a hand down. Here's a look at the last corner, going shoulder to shoulder. You can't be too aggressive. You can't push on them. You can't take that chance.
Both of them would have been where you would think that, okay, 2 of us together are through. Let's not do something we're both going to regret.
Absolutely. Look at that photo finish.
Who won?
My goodness. I don't know. I'm seeing a single line.
Is it to tie?
It's a tie.
So we have the exact same time given to Steven Dubois and Niall Tracy.
Wow, we have seen that before for a gold medal last year on World Cup. The 2 Dutch skaters on the women's side tied for gold. There you have it, 2:23.863. And you can literally say there was no separating them. 1 more to go. There's a list. Itzhak Dalat, Rainis Berzins, Adil Galiakmatov, Zhu Yiding, Matsubayashi Yui, and Iwasa Dan. You can always tell Itzhak Dalat with those incredibly artistic helmets. I remember the World Championships in Rotterdam. It was bright pink and almost like there was a tiara on the front of it as he designed it. This one I'm sure there's a story, we just haven't gotten it yet.
Well, he's also the designer of the Crystal Globe champion helmets, which you've seen on Kim Gilly and Park Ji-won. You know, a great addition to the World Tour, having that little feature. And so great that they include some of the own athletes that are creating some of these designs.
Gali Akhmetov, ranked number 30 currently in this distance, leading the way. Delat and Berzins. He's already seen his teammate, Roberts Krusberg's, moving on. Bumped through, and it's Berzins up into second. Delat and Berzins are ranked 11 and 12 in this distance. And there's a ninja, Iwasa, stealthily getting his way to the front. Now there's just a big constant reshuffling here, it feels.
Sat Delak on the outside, a veteran of short track, been around for many years. Can he use some of that experience this weekend?
Zhu Yiding into second. It's 1 and 3 for the Ninjas right now.
Really tight field in this race, not a lot of separating them.
It does certainly feel quick. They are strung out. We're waiting for the top-ranked skaters. They're both sitting near the back right now. Waiting for Delat to go. It's Zhu at the moment. And Berzins into second. 2 to go.
Nice inside maneuver by Berzins there. Really clean, building it on the outside, not keeping it tight on the exit to maintain his speed. Here we go.
Shoulder to shoulder. Zhu is forced out wide. That one I'm sure will get looked at. It's Berzins at the moment leading the way. They're lining up behind him. Looks like it is Berzins and Iwasa 1 and 2.
Great race, really tight pack in this one. Lots of attacks throughout. We will have a review though.
So despite having a small team though, these Latvian Golden Stars are winning races.
Well, it's so great to see some of these smaller countries building some depth, and we're seeing more and more competition from everywhere. It used to be kind of your heavy favorites. You have the Canadians, the Koreans battling it out, but now these smaller countries, they're improving quickly and closing that gap and in the middle of the mix.
So what's being investigated is possible lane change when this happens. So there it is, bump right there, and that forced Zhu out wide. And so they're looking into the lane change in that one potentially.
Zhu sitting in second place at that time, which would be an advancement position, depending on what the officials see on their review.
Which person is adjudged to have changed the lanes. We'll get a flood of the ice after this too.
And once this decision is made, then we will know who's qualified through, and here it comes.
There it is, no change, no discipline really. Berzins and Iwasa with the big Qs, and Adil Gali Akhmetov will get the small Q also moving on. And so, just looking at who didn't qualify was Thomas Natalini, finished third in heat number 6, and Clayton DeClement out of heat number 2, as well as Miyata Shogo from heat number 1. And so there are luckier qualifiers for the semifinals coming up over the course of the weekend. It's time for an ice flood, so we'll get a little bit of a break here, coming back for the women's 500-meter heats. We'll get the time put up soon enough, but it's within the 15-minute time frame, so we'll be back with you soon.
We'll see you in 10 minutes for the 500-meter heats.
Lynn. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
They are back and ready to go. It's 500-meter time. We have seen some already, but these are now the heats. First of 7. And this one is a, pardon me, I'm just jumping around here. First of 8. My mistake. First top 2 automatically move on. Up to the 2 fastest third-place skaters move on, and we don't get through the first corner as Ksenia Adamenko goes down, and we'll have to start this over again. Gives us a chance to go through who's in this field. 5 skaters. Sandra Velsboer, we just saw her not too long ago, but this is her wheelhouse. She is #1 in the world in the rankings in this distance. Nicola Mazur of the Polish Hussars. You just saw, there she is, Ksenia Adamenko, getting her blades checked out. Kurokawa Ki of the Japanese Ninjas, and Lam Ching Yan of the Hong Kong Iced Chilins.
So with those 2 skaters going down, we're going to have the coaches checking the blades. It's almost like an F1 pit stop now. With the tools they have, we see one of them looks like their blade's getting removed. They'll pop on a brand new blade. It looks like, you know, potentially lost an edge, lost her bend in her blade. The bend is something that helps those skaters navigate the turn. So it makes a big difference, but changing to a new blade is never quite the exact same as the previous blade. So there's always a little bit of a feel difference going from one blade to another that those skaters have to get out of their minds, be confident in, and go back to the race.
And what does it take to kind of knock that bend out of precision?
It doesn't take too much, just an impact, like 2 blades colliding together, it will punch the bend out. So we see the coach here eyeing up the blade, looking to check the bend on this one, checking the edge. If there's a stripped edge, then you're not going to be able to make a turn. So it's also in the interest of the skaters and their safety to have their equipment finely tuned.
Looks like she has been given the thumbs up.
We see Adamenko there just testing out the blades again, doing a quick little turn to see how they feel.
Just turned 20 this month. She's from Kharkiv.
But this is a bit of the mental side for the skaters, right? You have a clash like that. You have a fall off the start. You have to reset. You can't let off the gas on the 500-meter opener. You have to attack again.
It's that mad dash into the corner, so very important. And here we go again. Hold your breath. We are all through this time. And it is Velsboer. Good luck trying to get that first place away from her. She's just deciding, I don't want any part of this. I'm just going to pull away, and you guys can try to catch me. And it seems nobody can. And Nicola Mazur of the Polish Hussars trying to ride on back into it. She's just going to be happy with second, I think.
Yeah, Velsboer just gets her speed going so quickly. She builds off the exit. She gets 2 crosses on the entry, and she just slingshots out of the corner. It's so hard to compete with.
Wire-to-wire win. Pretty convincing one.
We see Velsboer shooting the line there still, because the times are important for the next rounds to ensure you have a better position on the start line. The 500 being first and second lane is absolutely critical. First lane makes a big difference, so you can win that first turn.
42.2, the time for Sandra Velsboer there. Nicola Mazur in second place.
Another quick time there from Velsboer, showing that the ice is fast here this weekend. Looks like the skaters are turning well on this ice. Very confident in it. They have it dialed. Something that we talked about earlier, right? Those thousands, they can make a difference later, right? So I like that. I love the way that Velsboer finished that race by not giving up an inch.
Nothing needed reviewing there, so let's stand. And it's Kurokawa Ki of the Japanese Ninjas, who is the first on the bubble. Going into heat number 2, we have Wang Ye of the Chinese Lungs. Zofia Konya of the Hungarian Falcons, pardon me, I always stumble over this one, Yelizaveta Sidorko. There we are. I'll let them start first. Nakashima Mide and Holly Hoyland, who we've seen lots of this weekend.
So I just got fed some great information. Velzebor's lapped in that race, 8.37. Fastest lap we've seen from a female skater this year.
This year, huh? This season or this year? That could be in 2024. We have seen racing in 2022.
Matching last year as well.
There you go.
Let me get more clarity on the data.
Calendar year or... And it's Oignier also deciding to just stay above the frame. Zofia Konya hanging on in second. We'll sneak up for that one. Another one really without incident. Nakashima Mide sneaking in for third. Yelizaveta Sidorko there. I wanted to get it right once more before we move on to the next race.
The master of names, Gavin Day.
I have to try to get them.
Showing us how it's done. I'm taking notes.
You're not. It's Zofia Konya, the
mental notes.
The Hungarian veteran who is 29 years old. I see a lot of them, a lot of skaters in their early 20s these days, and so I think by the time you're 29, a few years on the circuit, you've reached veteran status.
Yes, absolutely. And that comes with experience. And that experience helps you when you're in these races, knowing when you're in a situation what to do. Usually that comes with patience, being calm, waiting for your moment to strike.
Second of our face-shielded Velzebor sisters out on the ice. There's confirmation of those results. I'll jump into the next heat now. Michelle Velzebor, who's ranked number 5th in the world in this distance. Gabriela Topolska of the Polish Hussars. Annabelle Green of the British Royals. Kanai Rika of the Japanese Ninjas. And Betty Muska, who's had a pretty busy day so far today. Dash into the corner, and just like her sister, Michelle Velzebor out in front.
So we saw Topolska there getting bumped, putting her foot down inside the track. In that pass, that would have been considered off track and disqualification. But now skaters, if they are bumped off track and they continue their track, that is no longer disqualification. Maybe we'll see a review of that afterwards.
And it's Michelle Velzebor, Gabriela Topolska 1 and 2, and this one is just spread all out over the ice. This one is maybe the one that has not had any drama at all. And it's Michelle Velzebor joining her sister into the next round. Topolska, 23-year-old from Białystok in Poland, coming in second.
The Velzebor sisters showing their speed here today. Interesting fact, both their parents competed in the 1992 Olympics. So they have some great history there, some great genetics.
Michelle is about a year and a half younger than Sandra. So both of them, you can see there's a whole lot of horsepower built in there. And it was almost a carbon copy of her sister's race. First to the corner, first out of the corner, and then a trail of dust behind her that opposition were just stuck in the rest of the way.
Just as a reminder here, we're taking first and second place skaters, followed by the next two fastest fourths.
Fastest third.
Fastest thirds, thank you.
Sorry, I'm just reading, literally reading that right now. Sorry for the correction. There are the results. Jumping into the fourth heat, Ricky Doak will be the seeded skater in this field, the Canadian Ice Maple, the first time we're seeing her this weekend. There's Yana Khan as well, Valentina Askic, another look at Angel Delman, and Uliana Dubrova, lastly of the Ukrainian Wildcats.
Ricky Doak, another skater with a quick start. We see a clash.
And that one will be brought back. I'm not sure if it was going to be brought back on the first skater going down.
Yeah,
Yana Khan went down, and they were going to leave it because she was on her own. There was nobody impeding her. But then when Askic went down, I think that's when the decision was made.
Yeah, there was definitely no call immediately, so maybe we see a replay here quickly of what actually happens.
Let the skaters get ready, quickly introduce the
Yana Khan getting her blades checked out. Here's a quick review on the replay. A bit of a clash there with Khan and Askic.
There was a bump there.
Yeah, and then a bit of another bump with Askic and Dahlman. Need to get that clean start.
And finally, number 21, Ricky Doak.
Doak, so often the Canadian representation is really out of the province of Quebec. Doak, the rare East Coaster, originally born in Fredericton in New Brunswick, and so every so often you see a couple skaters coming in from the rest of Canada, but it's Quebec that really dominates in short track.
Well, in Fredericton, they got a great short track program. With the numbers that they have and the skaters that they produce, it's really impressive. Throughout the years, we've seen a few skaters come from there. And yeah, they need to keep doing what they're doing, because if they keep producing talent like Doak, that, yeah, they're doing well.
So we'll see as Valentina Askic gets a look. We'll see, just checking out those blades, as Tyler's pointed out. It's precision science. It's all can all be undone in a moment here.
It can. There's a lot of work that goes into preparing these blades, rocking the blades, bending the blades. From that, sharpening the blades. We see up close here, little blade swap. There's a little bit of a time frame here. The officials are over there making sure they're not wasting time. As long as they're making an effort to get it done quickly, they'll let them proceed with that blade change.
Askic's best individual result, a 12th in the 500 meters. That came in Gdansk in Poland last season. And nervy moments there, but everyone is through. Doak staying away from it all.
Yeah, that quick start from Doak. Really nice wide track here. She doesn't have pressure behind her, so she doesn't have to stay tight. She can use the advantage of that wide track pattern to really build speed. Build her
Askic goes down hard into the boards there.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me if that blade change has a little something to do with that.
And Yana Khan, who initially gave up second place, she almost lost her balance, and that opened the door for Dahlman. And now Dahlman gets it back. It's a good battle for second. There will be a review coming up, but it is Ricky Doak first over the line, and I think she stayed out of trouble the entire way.
Dahlman looking a little frustrated with that race. Talking to her coaches.
I have to wonder. She did enough to advance if the finishing order is enough, but it was that collision. We'll get another look at it. I don't think she was involved with Askic going down, but
here's a look at Khan. I think Dahlman had some hesitation there with Askic down in the corner. Kind of opened the door for Khan just to go by, but she made the move right back.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just think that she's talking to her coaches that there's sometimes a safety concern if there's a skater stuck in the mats in the corner. And maybe she was expecting a different call to happen there, but
the investigation was on Dubrova and Askic. And I don't think that would have affected the final results. They were both off the pace a little bit. Contact from behind is the possible call.
Getting smiles and waves from the skaters in the heat box after the race, or the cool down box when you get off.
There's a ruling.
After review, we give a penalty for number 6-7 from Ukraine.
There it is, Uliana Dubrova gets the penalized. Contact from behind there. And the results, Yana Khan will now sit and watch and hope, as we have 4 heats left to come. It has Kamila Stormovska, Kristen Santos Griswold, Choi Min Jong, Petra Yashapati, and Katarina Budic. Side failure to give way. There was a look at it right there. Decision. And they're called back to the line, so the ice is good to go. And Stormovska, 24-year-old, is the seeded skater in this race. Seeded skater, but right next to her, a tremendously accomplished American. This is the race that Kristen Santos Griswold won bronze in Rotterdam at the end of last season. But it's Stormovska pulling early advantage, but here is Santos Griswold now. Up to the front. Now it's a battle for second.
Choi setting up. First she was looking inside, then she realized, hey, I got the speed to go right outside.
And it's Kristen Santos Griswold hanging on. Down goes the Korean skater, Choi Min Jong.
Yeah,
she crossed the line on her rear end.
Coming off that turn, she just kind of found herself caught back on her heels, trying to come out of that corner, and as soon as you have that happen, you start to twist and you spin out. But fortunately, she made it far enough out of the corner to actually go across the finish line rather than going out towards the boards.
Because she goes out towards the boards, there's the opportunity to potentially take out other skaters too.
Or you hit the boards and you ain't going anywhere. But fortunately, she get across the line there. Stormovska with a great start in this race. She lost a little bit on one of her corner exits. She kind of came back a little bit. She had her hand down again on the ice coming off the exit. That's where she lost a little bit of speed, and Kristen Santos was able to capitalize on that.
So Santos Griswold.
Here's another look, coming back on her heels.
Slow motion, just looks
holding on.
Get facing in the right direction when you're going to fall. And then she gets a nice little cushion into the end there. So the Connecticut native, there's a good photo. Look at that. And it's the blade they count, of course.
Yes, the top of the heel there. You don't usually use the top of your heel.
Just the beginning, perhaps, for that woman, the Fairfield, Connecticut native. Not too far from here, actually. Montreal, relatively, of course, Montreal's right near the border with the U.S. If I got my geography right, it's right closer to Vermont, but Connecticut's not far away. Sixth heat now coming up. Wang Chinran, Florence Brunel, the new Canadian champion. Another look at Kim Gilly, Ariana Siegel, and Gwendolyn Daudet. This is a pretty strong field.
This is a strong field here. We're going to begin for a good race.
And it's Brunel winning the dash to the line. How big might that be? If you're looking for where Kim is, she's sitting in third, Wang in second.
Brunel, she just powered off that start line. That was a great start by her. Kim Gilly jumping into second place now, looking to close that gap.
Kim can turn any small opening into a door to jump in through. And she jumped up into second. It's Brunel hanging on right now ahead of Kim Gilly. But here comes Wang Chinran and Ariana Siegel. Four skaters going for it. Kim going for the lead. Brunel giving way. And in the end, it's probably a good idea as they go 1-2 comfortably through to the next round. So plenty of action. All of it, though, clean.
Yeah, nice race here by these skaters. Again, Florence Brunel just exploding off that start line. A really great start from her. Open up a gap. Kim Gilly, of course, the Crystal Globe champion here.
You don't need to say anything more right now.
Close in that gap. You see Florence when Kim Gilly's going by, you know, not giving way, but knowing that she's not going to take the risk or any chances of trying to shut anything down there. Nice, clean race.
Perfect example of getting to that corner first, because you have a competitor like Kim behind you. Florence Brunel jumps to the front and just does enough to qualify.
Yeah, because Kim Gilly came out in third, right? So she had some work to do to make up in the gap to close to try to catch up.
2 heats still to go. Those results are finalized, so we can move right along. Top-ranked 500-meter skater in this heat. There's a look at Marc Gagnon, the Canadian coach. Almost a golf clap there. Sort of politely applauding his athlete. All right, on to heat number 7. Chiara Betti is the top-ranked skater, the Italian gladiator here. Shim Suk-hee of the Korean White Tigers. Corin Stoddart, another one to watch. Zheng Chutong of the Chinese Lungs. And Chloe Olivier of the Roosters. As always, we hold our breath. Looks like everyone's through. Betti had the lead early, but Shim jumped through on the inside. Betti eyeing to try to get back, but Corin Stoddart also looking to make a move here.
Corey Stoddart looking on the inside, trying to set up, but just not enough. Getting her speed back, going out wide again. Building. Should probably look for the next lap.
Is Shim still leading? Betti in second. There goes Stoddart into second, makes it stick into the corner. And now Zhang also moving. It's going to be a battle for her and Betti for third at the line. It's going to be Shim leading, winning that one. Stoddart in second. Zhang gets up for third, and Betti lost her balance there going into the stretch, so wasn't able to really get her foot out at the line for third. You always sort of see Corin Stoddart, always just that steel look on her face. She means business when she's on the ice.
Absolutely. She had some work to do there on Betti. We come back to this race on these replays. Here she's closing the gap. Look how wide she's setting up on her. Here it is, another look again. Cutting in, not much of a gap. Great job just sneaking in there.
So Shim didn't win the race to the corner. Got the lead pretty quickly and never looked back. Final heat has the champ is here in the 500 meters, but she's not in position 1 because she, of course, didn't take part on the circuit last year. That's Kim Boutin. There's a look at the results, and we'll jump right in. The seeded skater is Hannah Desmet in position 1, and then it's Kim Boutin, Barbara Somogi, Una Wilhoit of the USA Eagles, and Katja Filippi of the Italian Gladiators.
Kim Boutin using her quick start here to get out front.
And it's Boutin jumping around on very familiar ice, but so is Desmet. This is also her home ice of sorts.
Great entry from Boutin there, keeping the speed going, getting those 2 crossovers in before, getting up to top speed. Hannah Desmet tracking her down.
And it is the 2 seeded skaters who are well and above right now. Just stay out of the drama, and both of them should be moving on comfortably. It's Kim Boutin, Hannah Desmet, textbook race 1 and 2.
Desmet,
nice Desmet sneaking up for the line. You mentioned the times.
Well, you know, talking about positions on the line for the next race, right? How much of an impact that can make. I like Hannah Desmet not taking any risks early, just saying, hey, I'm going to wait. I'm going to go for it at the line. You could see she had some speed on Kim at the end. As the athletes are fatiguing, might get tighter on their track, slowing down in pace. If you can be that following skater, you can use that to your advantage. Hannah Desmet does that right there. Again, another look at Kim Boutin's start. Coming on the outside. Oh, here we go. Another highlighted finish.
Sneaking around on the outside.
Yeah, carrying her speed so well. So much lean coming off that last turn.
And that closes the book on the women's 500-meter heats. Looks like the third place qualifiers, Kamila Stormovska out of heat 5, Wang Xinran out of heat 6. And those are the two. Another clean cycle we've got there through that. Nobody needing advancement. There's confirmation of those results. Top two moving on directly. And there is a look at all of the qualifiers. After these men's 500-meter heats, the last individual events of today, the 1,000-meter heats, and then we'll get into the relay time. And they're just doing some patchwork on the ice there, as always, to get things set up.
In these 500s, it's always interesting to look at the start positions that the athletes choose. We have more of a traditional V start, left foot forward, or what we see now quite a bit is a crossover start, where athletes are able to find that they can get their center of mass closer to that start line and hop off with a crossover right away.
There is Jordan Pierre-Gilles, ranked #1. He's here with Roberts Krusbergs, also very much one to watch. Jang Sun-woo, Gleb Ivchenko, and Yangun Ben-jung. And it's Jordan Pierre-Gilles, Roberts Krusbergs 1-2 into the corner, that all-important first corner.
Jordan Pierre-Gilles looking really solid out here, really comfortable.
Krusbergs, his 2022 win in Montreal came in the 1,000.
Jordan Pierre-Gilles nice and relaxed as he's going into these corner entries and then building out of the corner.
And at the bell, Krusberg stumbles. Can he keep the speed going? He's lost a whole lot of it. It's Jordan Pierre-Gilles and Jung Sun-woo going 1-2.
Yeah, Krusberg's looking to make an inside pass there, trying to hook tight, just losing his footing. And when that happens, you lose a lot of speed.
And when only 2 of the fastest third-place qualifiers go through a maximum of that, how costly might that prove to be? First into the corner, first over the line, Jordan Pierre-Gilles. Continuing on from his bronze medal in this distance from those World Championships.
As I was mentioning, a lot of composure from Jordan Pierre-Gilles there. Looking nice and calm when he goes to the corner. Good strong straightaway, nice, relaxed. Strong to the first half of the turn and then building out. Again, shooting that line. We're seeing a lot of athletes doing that because they know the value of that time to improve their seeding for the next round.
Another race win for Pierre-Gilles. There are the results. And the seeded skater in heat #2, also a Canadian ice maple. That would be Stephen Dubois. He's joined by Thomas Natalini, Brandon Kim, Abzal Ajgaliev, and Ivan Donchev. There is Dubois right there. Natalini ranked 23rd in this distance. And it is Dubois leading things around. Nice start from Brandon Kim to get right up there. Ajgaliev into third.
Kim's gonna want to tuck in right in tight on Stephen Dubois.
Dubois, there's a little bit of a distance, but they are very compressed now. 4 all together at the bell. It's Dubois, it's Kim, and it's Ajgaliev, the third. Here comes Natalini trying to get up there. And it's Dubois moving on with Brandon Kim.
Brandon Kim took a look there on the last lap on the inside of Stephen Dubois, but I think he realized that it wasn't quite there. Let him keep it.
At this point, when you know you're moving on through, probably better not to risk it. The young man, he is 23 years old, is Brandon Kim. A lot of these American men's skaters in their early 20s, they're building up something there.
We're seeing some quick times now. Jordan Pierre-Gilles in the first race, 40.5. Stephen Dubois in the second race, 40.4. It's just amazing the depth of the field, how quick these guys are going.
Our next heat, I don't think there's anything. I think it was another clean race. Everything is official, no drama there. And so heat number 3, our first look at our first Liu of the weekend, Liu Xiaoang. And he's joined by Jens Van Twout, Daniel Tiborch, Martin Kolenc of the Croatian Dalmatians, and Nico Anderman from Austria. There are the results. We can probably mention this just once. Of course, the Liu brothers jumping over to the Chinese program last season. We're used to them seeing in that red and black now, so it's no longer a surprise to not see them in the Hungarian colors. Van Twout, we've already seen him today as well, and that one's going to be called back as Tiborch goes down into the corner.
Yeah, it's certainly a big move for the Liu brothers to go to another country, as you're mentioning, Gavin, and changes in training and getting used to that and adapting, and it'd be interesting now to see how they're performing now that they've gotten situated. I'm sure it's feeling more like home now, getting comfortable within the program.
And as always, the check of the blades. Seems like, yeah, I was the only one who went down. It was Tiborch who's getting a second look.
See the coach doing actually a loosening and a tightening of the bolts on the blade. So what he's looking to do there is if there is any built-up tension in the blade where the bend is, if you loosen it off, sometimes it releases that tension, allows the blade bend to go back into place. Now the officials are blowing their whistles, calling him to get back on the track, but
he's still getting a look at the 24-year-old. Lives in Budapest. And everybody's through, and Liu, when the dust settles out in front, Van Twout with him. And Kolenc is trying to close that gap. Hang on for as long as you can if you're just going for that third place time.
Van Twout looking so comfortable behind Liu there, making a nice inside pass.
Look out for Martin Kolenc. He's really hanging in there. These guys are flying. And at the bell, it's Van Twout leading the way. Liu Xiaoang in second, looking pretty comfortable, and Kolenc is going to hang on for third, and there it is, everybody kicking at the line to try to get that best time possible. And might we look back and see how it looks like in the end. Kolenc has the slowest of the third place times right now. The fastest of heats overall, but you never know, we'll see what happens.
Checking out this replay here. Liu Xiaowang winning the start. I want to watch Jens van het Wout here. He's looking so relaxed. Look, he's not putting a hand down, even when he's going to make that pass. Pivoting on that turn, that just shows how confident he is in his blades. How much lean he's getting on his left leg is incredible. See that left foot come underneath. Huge lean on his left foot. Right there.
Just turned 23 earlier this month. You see, he has there's a scar that he has. He got a cut on his cheek and lost 2 teeth in a collision in 2019. And he needed a metal bolt inserted into his cheek, and there's a 10-meter scar that you can still see there. And there's the results. And yeah, Kolenc, the 3rd place time, not enough, as we already start to see those 3rd place times falling by the wayside. And the other thing about Van 't Wout, he's sort of at home. He moved to Canada when he was 2 and then moved back to the Netherlands. He lived in Bracebridge, which is in and around Toronto-ish. It's still a bit of a drive. But anyway, so it's always interesting to see where people go in life.
Was he a hockey player for a bit?
I think he was.
Yeah. I mean, in Canada, it's a bit of a staple.
And there's a look at the reigning world silver medalist, Denis Nikisha. Andrew Heo, we've seen plenty of this weekend. Heat number 4, Denis Nikisha, Andrew Heo, Brendan Corey back again, Reinas Berzins and Lorenzo Previtali of the Italian Guardians. And it's interesting to see Corey. We literally saw him up here not a few moments ago, and he's after his last race, and here he is back down on the ice. So that quick turnaround, but it's Denis Nikisha.
Nikisha just always present in the 500 meter. So explosive.
This is his element, Denis Nikisha, but look out, here comes Andrew Heo. And Berzins making goals. Now everybody's involved in the fray. Who's going to win this push to the line at the reach? It's Nikisha. I think Heo jumped up to 2nd.
Well, I think Heo was in 2nd, and Berzins was trying to sneak that spot from him.
Yeah.
I have to see that.
Yeah, and it looked like it's a matter of a few hundredths, but Heo jumping through. See how the time compares to the previous one. I did not notice the clock when it was going. You're so focused on watching the races.
See Nikisha again, just how explosive he is off that start.
And it was Nikisha and a Heo. Berzins with a 40.8. And so at the moment, he does have one of those 2 faster 3rd place times, but it's on the bubble. He's the 2nd of the 2, and so 4 heats to go. It will be sweaty times. You hear the name there. It's Nikisha getting the win. Mad dash for 2nd on the line. There's the photo. That close. Just hanging on.
So we got William Danjanu coming up in the next race here. In his heat or his prelim prior, off of his start, he had built so much speed. His first lap coming off that opening half lap was an 8:48. Just incredible. So,
and this isn't his specialty.
Well, yeah, well, we'll see. Maybe this is changing this year. He's doing it all.
We know his celebration taking flight, and he sort of embodied that the last time. There's the start list. We'll get through it in just a moment as they go through the start. And everybody through. Cillier, really the loser out of that one as he snuck back. Danjanu, another blistering start.
Yeah, it wasn't clean when they kind of got entangled on that corner, but he was able to keep that lead, and now he's just blowing it open.
Quentin Fercoq in 2nd. He picked up some medals last season. They were the first by a French skater in several years on the World Cup circuit, but now he's slipping back. Cillier up into 2nd, but William Danjanu, has he found a new area of expertise, head and shoulders above the field right now. He has a chance to essentially just go into victory formation here. Comfortable by the Canadian, and it's Felcock in the end getting up to second as we missed it, but Cellier went down.
Yeah, well, Felcock made a tight inside move. The officials have flagged it to go for review. But Felcock came in on Cellier there. There was some contact when Cellier went down. But as you mentioned, Danjanu just out-flying. His first steps there, getting to the line, getting to the corner first from position 3. Just incredible.
So we'll look back that all-important start. Let's look at Felcock off the line. But yeah, Cellier almost, he was behind already Danjanu and clicked on his blades a little bit there.
Little contact from Danjanu and Cellier, like you said, just kind of slowing down Cellier, but he makes a great double inside pass here. Then we wait to see Felcock moves out wide, moves back up into third. Let's watch. There's the contact. We don't see the full entry. It's a little bit later in the corner.
It didn't look like any contact was actually there when he went down. There's any possible inside skater failure to give way. Everything's unofficial. They're still conferring as the ice repairs go on. There it is, Danjanu and Felcock. So no discipline is meted out in the end.
40.5 for Danjanu there, coming off of a bit of a clunky start, if you will. Not a clean first half lap or first corner there, but still getting the speed up.
Jumping ahead to our 6th heat, pardon me, Łukasz Kuczynski, the Polish Hussar, Stan de Smet, Miata Shogo, Kyle Ross-Waddell, and Dan Koss. There's a look at Stan de Smet. We've seen him in the 15 and the 5 today. Sorry, 15 and the 1,000 today. There is Kuczynski. Poland picking up a, I'd say, a surprise bronze medal in the relay in the men at the Worlds in Rotterdam. Michał Nowinski, another strong Polish skater. And it's Kuczynski winning the race into the corner.
Kuczynski just powering it out front.
Here comes Miata. Here comes de Smet, 3 wide into the corner. And just like that, Kuczynski's lead has evaporated. It's Miata Shogo leading the way at the belt. A battle for second. Stan de Smet leading it. Kuczynski losing it all his speed there. It's going to be Miata Shogo. Second across the line will be de Smet. Dan Koss trying to get up there for third. That will get looked at, sorry.
No, seeing Kuczynski moving a little bit wide there and then having 2 guys sneak by him. Going from first to third. And having to make an effort to get back into a qualifying position.
Very strong shoulder to shoulder there going into that corner, and that sort of led to a lot of a loss of speed there. It's a good start for Nowinski, getting off the line, getting into that corner fastest.
So here we see Miata and de Smet going by on the inside. Kuczynski just so wide there. But this next corner, de Smet, he gets a quick 2 crossovers in to keep his speed going. Critical for him to maintain that second place position, but battling it out.
And that's the bump there. And it looks like, as you were, Miata and de Smet moving on. So 2 to go before we jump back to the thousands. And I mentioned Michał Nowinski. Well, he is the seeded skater in this next heat. Be starting out of position 1. And there are those results. Nowinski.
Right now, a 40.8 is the time it's going to take to try to move into one of those third-place time qualification positions. And another big heat coming up here with some big names.
And there is the other. There is Lin Xiaojun, the world champion, alongside Michał Nowinski. One of those big skaters, designed almost to be a sprinter. Kim Gun-woo also here, Niall Tracy and Peter Joseph Grosclose. So 1 through 3 really are the ones to watch. There's a false start, and that might affect one of the big names.
It looked to me like Kim Gun-woo moved first, but it did seem like Lin Xiaojun went down a little bit slower, and that might have thrown him off. But there's
the
Kim
move.
Gun.
Definite move by Kim. Do kind of line them back up, and then they send him away. And so Kim Gun-woo, that is a big name being sent off. Kim, who won the 1,000 here in Montreal, or one of them. There were a few that weekend. And he's penalized for the false start here in the 500 meters. That kind of changes the complexion in a big way.
Yeah, certainly a difference having Kim Gun-woo taken out of this race. Niall Tracy quick on the inside. But we got Lin Xiaojun, our reigning 500-meter world champion, sitting in third right now.
Nowinski using position 1-2 as advantage. Xiaojun, Lin trying to make a move up the inside. He gets there into second. The 3 really top athletes. Now that there's one out, there's an opportunity for that third place for one of those skaters who might not have fancied it. It's Lin now in the lead. Nowinski in second. Tracy trying to get up into second. I don't think he's going to hold it on the corner. And it's the world champion taking this one. Michał Nowinski in second. Niall Tracy in third with about a, I don't think it's going to be fast enough. He was in the low 41s.
Yeah, that won't be quite enough. Lin Xiaojun just showing why he's the 500-meter world champion, being caught back in third position. We'll see some reviews here, some highlights of his passes, but just picking these guys off on the inside so cleanly, able to keep his speed going. Right there, there's the first one on Niall Tracy. And again, kind of weight shifting down the straightaway. It's putting up, kind of slowing down, almost backing the skaters up behind him, creating some space. He's just such a smart skater. And that's why he's dangerous.
Those golden skates for the world champion in the 500 meters.
And I should say he's dangerous in a good way. As someone that you don't want to compete against, because he's capable of doing anything. I
think when you have giant blades on your feet, every skater is dangerous in one form or another. And yeah, the third place time for Tracy was not good enough, but pretty good performance from him to battle with some pretty strong skaters. And so there's Heat 7 result. One more to come. And we do a resurface. We will see the other Liu brother, Liu Xiaolin. He is the seeded skater in this. There's Pietro Segal, Seung Min Kwon of the United States, Park Ji-won, another pretty familiar name. But again, it's one of these events that is not his forte. And then Hiroki Yokoyama.
This is another big heat, big names in this race with Liu Xiaolin, Peter Segal, and Park Ji-won. Park Ji-won's finding himself all the way in the back now, so he's going to have to apply that speed and start moving quickly here. He's looking for the outside. That's where he's comfortable passing.
He does get his way around one, gets around Yokoyama. It is still Liu, but there's two right behind him. Here comes Seagal making the move. Kwan of the U.S. Eagles off balance into the boards, and it's Seagal leading. Park trying to get around Liu. Park making the move for second. Does he make it stick? It looks like he does, and it's Seagal and Park.
Wow.
1 and 2.
For a second there, sitting there watching Park all the way back in 5th. You know, some contact going on with Seagal and Kwan, opening up the opportunity for Park Ji-won to close that gap a little bit quicker. You need some of that to happen. Those impacts between skaters or collisions, that bumping slows them down, so it gives that chasing skater an opportunity who's skating cleanly to make ground quickly. And he did just that. And I think every time applying his textbook outside pass, which is just so difficult. I wish I could explain how hard it was.
When it's the work of a master, it's very hard to explain. I think only he could.
If I could have done that, I probably wouldn't be standing here today.
Nice move from him, and then hanging on for the victory. There is Kwan going down really just on his own.
You see Park just so wide there, building so much speed. And the reason why it's so hard to go on the outside is that you have to go a greater distance. You're traveling a longer path, so you have to have so much speed than the skater in front of you, who's also going full out in this 500-meter race.
And so Liu Shaolin will fail to qualify as the third-place skater. Those go to Rainis Berzins and Abzal Ashgaliev. They're going to do a resurface. We'll be back for the 1,000 meters. Stay with us.
Mr. Peter Ward, Mr. Anthony Bahar, Miss Sarah Henderson, Mr. Danny Lemay, Mr. Yves Michaud, Mr. Brian Carter, Mr. Michel Gagnon, Madame Donna Lorenza, Madame Caroline Bouchon, Mr. Yvon Carly, Mr. Olivier Chevet, Madame Jacqueline Factory et Mr. Jean-Philippe Lemay. Merci beaucoup pour votre aide. On se revoit dans 10 minutes.
Santos Griswold leading the way in this 1,000 meters. In the heats, there are, let's see, 8 heats, first 2 and up to a maximum of 2 fastest third place. So the top 2, you are playing with fire. And of course, this features the defending world champion. And she now hits the front. Also in the field, Gloria Ioriatti of Italy, Maya Dora Somodi of the Hungarian Falcons, Olga Tikhonova of the Nomads, and Tineke Dendonk of the Belgian Ice Bears.
Saw Ioriatti looking really strong in the earlier rounds today, so just keep an eye on her. Obviously, Kristen Santos, the heavy favorite here, but Ioriatti looking to get that second place finish for sure, if not trying to challenge Kristen for the gold or the finish for the win.
At the moment, it's Somodi right up. But there is Ioriatti gliding up into second with a good move on the inside. Tikhonova taking a look at Somodi as well, coming up to 2 laps to go. Santos Griswold, she's been out from the beginning. It is her and Ioriatti leading the way. Somodi in third, losing contact, and it's looking, barring any last-second drama, there is none. It is Kristen Santos Griswold and Gloria Ioriatti getting the automatic spots, and Maya Dora Somodi 1:34.42 is now one of the times to watch as we have 8 heats to go through, and only 2 potentially of those third-place skaters goes through.
Kristen Santos, just textbook execution there of just how to lead and control a race. The athletes all know how good she is. They got a lot of respect for her. So they know when she's out front, she's going to be tough to contend with.
The kids continued the trend of largely clean racing. Went through without incident of note. This, we have the men's 1,000-meter relays, and then quarterfinals after the 1,000-meter individual races. A 1,000-meter relay would be something else entirely. And then we have the quarterfinals for the women's, men's relays, mixed relays. You should see those official results. There they are, the clock next to Somodi's name. She will now watch and wait. Next race, heat number 2, as the second-ranked skater in the 500 meters, Kim Gilly, that recognizable helmet, Zhu A. Li of the Chinese Lungs, Gwendolyn Dode, Dita Van Oerschaut, and Alina Ashgalieva of the Kazakh Nomads. And it's Van Oerschaut out like a shot. Jumping to the front.
We have
a quick look over the shoulder.
The Korean White Tigers.
These 1,000 meters, we'll often see them start a little bit more controlled like this, but that pace will climb quickly.
Here it is. Kim now asserting her position as the racer to beat in this field. Look out, here comes Gwendolyn Dode now of the French Roosters. She decides to head to the front.
And number 88 from the Kazakh Nomad, Alina Ashgalieva.
Usually that 5-lap to go marker, which we're seeing now, that's when skaters are really starting to try to say, hey, I got to make a move here quick. If I'm not in the front, I need to make sure I get there because this pace is going to pick up. You see Oerschaut doing that right now, but Kim Gilly jumping to the lead before she can get there.
And it's Kim back in front, Dita Van Oerschaut in second, Gwendolyn Dode hanging on for third at the moment. And making the move is Zhu A. Li.
Zhu trying to keep it going on the outside. There's a gap that's opened up between Gilly and Oerschaut. Zhu takes that easily.
And at the bell, it's been pretty comfortable for Kim Gilly. Zhu A. Li in second, and now there's a gap for third. And Ashgalieva of the Nomads trying to hang on for third. I think she does, ahead of Dita Van Oerschaut, and it's Gwendolyn Dode of the Roosters. Like another win though with the number 1 on that helmet. An interesting mix where the 500 experts collide with the 1500 meter experts. It's just a mash of power, timing, and endurance.
You know, it's great to see though, as we've been watching these competitions, a lot of the times we're seeing these races break out earlier in the heats and saying, oh wow, look at the competition that we're getting in these earlier rounds that we didn't typically see before when we had skaters divided, you know, between distances and events. And of course, you throw in that crown of the overall Crystal Globe title, and we see those skaters coming out distance after distance, like Kim Gilly and others. So it's just great depth of the competition every time we're seeing them hit the ice.
A comfortable win for Kim in her growing length of race victories. Those results are now official. You'll see that coming out shortly. Whenever you see that camera angle, you know a board is likely going to come up. There you are. And heat number 3 will be spearheaded by the 3rd-ranked skater in the world in the 1,000. That's Corin Stoddart of the USA Eagles, Wang Ye, Shim Suk Hee, Lisa Eckstein, and Hyo Jin Kim. It will be interesting to see the Racing Roos in particular, because they have the old Australian navy blue kit, but when they make that change to the new World Tour kit, I imagine it would be yellow and green.
I suspect so.
Wearing number 5 from the USA.
Always interesting, just kind of, well, here comes Corin Stoddart jumping out front right away. She knows where she wants to be in this race. She has her strategy figured out. She wants to control it from the front. The likes of Shim Suk Hee, an extremely capable and strong skater in this race. You can't get caught back. Also can't neglect the fact that we got Wang Yi, still a young skater, but always a threat here.
It is Shim in front right now. Anybody's race still, really not a lot of gaps forming, but when it's hammer time, that will change quickly with 4 to go.
You can see Corin Stoddart looking to make a little move, setting up a little bit again. As long as she's comfortable in second right now, but I think she wants that lead position.
And here comes Wang taking a look. And Stoddart looks like she's winding something up here.
She's got to make sure she doesn't leave too much of a door for Wang Yi to come in, but she gets by cleanly on the outside.
Smooth as you like it. Now it's really the separation is formed, and it's Stoddart who's going to, in the end, cruise over the line. It's a battle for second.
Great challenge by Wang Yi. I almost felt that she kept carrying that speed wide. She might have caught Shim Suk Hee at the line there.
That one will be a photo, and I think Wang may have a chance of snapping that one away.
I think she might have been just 1 second hesitation away on that shoot. Shim Suk Hee got there first. We'll wait for it though.
I believe we might be disagreeing on this.
Yeah, I think we might be. It's a good thing we got a camera.
Yeah, so this we're not arguing because we'll see it solved in a moment or two. And we'll still get along.
Kind of interesting, Shim Suk Hee on the start line. What you'll see her continually do is she'll have her hand raised to kind of show and signify to the start of that, hey, just wait, I'm getting into position. Don't say ready before I'm ready. Here's a look at the finish again. Stephen Goff giving her the thumbs up to Corin Stoddart.
Oh, it is! It is Wang!
Got it.
It's 1-0 to Gavin.
Gavin's eye is sharp today.
We'll keep a list of how this goes over the course of the season. Union Pacific. Is that a railway sponsoring Corin Stoddart? Interesting. Anyway. And there are the results, and Shim will now have to watch and wait a matter of a few thousandths of a second, 7 thousandths of a second, the difference.
Definitely a bit of an upset, Wang Yi getting Shim there. We'll see though, Shim's time may still hold up.
On to heat number 4, just run through them. Hannah Desmet, Hirai Ami, Zofia Konya, Kim Yao, and Valentina Askic. We'll see how Desmet skates this one. We know she has no problem coming from behind. Kim Yao, in her World Tour international debut at the senior level, she's had some good races so far.
Yeah, from what we've seen from Desmet so far this weekend, she's looking on point. Her speed's been there, her passing capability's been there, as we saw in the 500 finish. She's looking very relaxed. I think she's got the confidence. She knows she can do it from anywhere here.
And she is going to have to overhaul a deficit. She's behind 3. It is Hirai at the front right now, as Desmet slips all the way back to 5th.
Yeah, I think she's just biding her time. She's confident. She knows she can do it on the outside when she needs to, and here she's going to start it.
It has begun. Gets around 1, gets around 2, gets around 3. All in one turn. Not quite able to hold on to that second, but doesn't matter. She's in the lead now.
Kim Yao jumping into second there. Nice move from her as well, but she's still got to battle to hold that second place.
Hirai Ami battling for second, and now it's almost just time to cruise for Hannah Desmet, staying out of drama.
Let's watch this race for second.
It is Meow for the moment. But it is Hirai, and who's going to take this one? I think Konya got up for it.
Konya got in there.
But it will get looked at, because there were a few elbows and shoulders in there. But wow, 4 skaters almost squeezed in through that corner.
Well, Hirai was coming in on the inside of Kim Yao there. If we get that replay, I even think we'll see her left foot's coming down inside the blocks. That's how tight it was.
We mused off the start, how was Desmet gonna skate it in the end? Yeah, again, no problem. Just coming from behind, letting the drama unfold in front of her, knowing that she could shift and hit the front. She did it within a lap.
Yeah, just that confidence and knowing you can do that makes all the difference, and you can race those races a little bit more relaxed and then just strike when you're ready. You can really just control that race.
Here's the move for the lead. Down the outside, and then...
So another look. Watch that, yeah.
Bump, 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 and then...
Yeah, Hirai again there, going inside the blocks on the last turn. Just no room for her to be there.
And there is an announcement coming.
After review, we give a penalty to number 37 from Japan.
Here it is, Hirai, who gets penalized. And so there are no advancements, though. In the end, Konya gets it. Kim Yao does go, or finishes third, doesn't advance. And her third place time, I believe, is not fast enough. So it's just everybody cramming in through that corner. There you have it.
Yeah, right now those third place times, we're looking at 1:33.3, 1:33.83, and 1:33.87.
And Hirai, the official punishment was for off track, going off track. And we'll get another look at it, as we always do. We're lining up for the 5th of 8 heats. And here it is, off track. On the inside there, diving into the corner. Heat number 5 is Kamila Stormovska, Chiara Betti, Choi Min-jong, Malika Yermak, and Betty Muske. Betty, as the seeded skater in the 500, perhaps a bit of a surprise not to have gone through. She jumps to the front in the 1,000, much as she did in those 500. Stormovska settling into second, but look out for the White Tiger, who's pouncing now.
Choi Min-jong on the outside there. She's unseeded in this race, but she's been looking great all day. She might be one of those skaters that we're watching for who's breaking out this year on the World Tour.
Movement going on right now. It is Choi leading the way. Stormovska. Betty making a move for third. Not able to make it stick. Now is she able to? Yes, she is. It is still Choi. So often, these might not be their preferred events. The ones who have previously had the specialties and now are going on them. It doesn't mean they're not good at these events.
No. You know, when you look at the 1,000 and the 1,500, you know, there's not too much separating them. That's where we see them meet in the middle. But if you have the speed to compete in any of these, you can compete almost in any distance.
That's the bell. It is still Choi Min-jong ahead of Camila Stormovska. Chiara Betty in third has a gap to close. Doesn't look like she's going to do it. And it is Choi and Stormovska 1 and 2. Getting it for third, 1:30.06 for Betty.
It's a quick time.
Faster of the 1,000 so far. 3 races to go though, but currently in as those third place rankings in pole position. So Choi wasn't the quickest off the line, but quickly decided to move to the front.
Up to this point, no advancements yet, so we're still looking at the 2 fastest third place skaters that will qualify through to the quarterfinals.
Bit of a bump there, but obviously the bumping is part of the game in this sport. Go. It's been a good day for Sandra Velzebor. She'll also be the seeded skater in the next heat, getting position 1 there. There is a look at Choi. There's a look at Stormovska. With results technically listed as unofficial by our board, but I think they're going to be just fine. Next heat has Velzebor, Florence Brunel of Canada. There we are, those results are official, so you'll see that graphic come up. Nakashima Midei, Natalia Malashevska of Poland, and Katarina Buric of Croatia. Here's a look at those start lists. There's a bit of a gulf in the rankings in this heat. Velzebor 8th, all the way down to Buric, who's 76th. And Malashevska does not have currently a world ranking, so could be an interesting one here.
Go to the start.
It is Brunel fastest to that first corner, Velzebor with her. If we were to just look by the rankings, those two have a big gulf behind the competitors behind them, and so certainly would be the favorites here.
Yeah, Brunel starting this race with some good pace. You know, a lot of the time, you know, the time is lost in the first 2 laps when you don't get off to a quick start. You just can't make that up. So if you get the pace going just a little bit more in those first 2 laps, that's often the difference. So Brunel getting it going here. Velzeboer taking the lead.
Very comfortable from Velzeboer again. Both hands behind the back, not even dropping a hand down on that corner.
Brunel not panicking to close that gap too quickly.
Malashevska sitting in third, starting to sniff around for a second though, seeing if she can't make a move there.
Brunel, I think, is in a position where she wants to be. She knows how strong Velzeboer is. She just keeps this strong second position. She can follow in behind. Shut down anyone trying to pass there.
Quick shoulder check from her going into that corner. Malashevska now trying to defend her third place as she loses ground on Brunel. It's still Velzeboer. Brunel right up behind her. It looks like it is, in fact, those two. Here comes a move for third.
Yeah, big move for third, because this is going to be a faster time, I feel.
And it is Nakashima going 1:30.52 in third. Just checking. And it is a little bit slower than the time set by Betty.
But the second fastest third that we've seen so far.
Second fastest, you're right. So those are our 2 times to beat, it seems. Of course, that could all be undone in our final 2 races. In the end, really following the form book, the top 2 seeded skaters coming away with the top 2 positions.
Velzeboer this weekend, really showing strength in all the distances. When we typically talk about her mostly as a 500-meter skater, she's showing she can do it in everything right now. So I'm going to be excited to see how she kind of puts her hat in the ring in these distances over the rest of the weekend.
I think she's only finished in position number 1, if I'm correct. So another clean race. There they are, Nakashima now on the hot seat with 2 to go, pardon me. And heat number 7 getting shaped up, skaters on the ice.
We got a correction for race number 76. We give an advancement for number 81 from Canada.
Well, there you go. That is Ki Miao, who does get advanced. When there was Hirai Ami getting penalized for that incident, it's Ki now, or Miao now, getting advanced. And so that means that third place from Malashevska is not good enough, and so it is still Chiara Betti's time to beat. Just running through this starting order, Danae Blais right there, Gong Li, Petra Yashapati, Holly Hoyland, and Chloé Olivier. Barring any further advancements, we know it just has to beat, if you're a third place skater, you have to beat 1:30.061.
Yeah, with that advancement now, it's really, you got to be top 2.
And it certainly feels faster in this one so far. Nice move, Olivier, the Canadian-born woman skating for the French Roosters. Danae Blais following her, and then Gong Li. Blais snaps the lead right back, and now Gong Li jumping into second.
Chinese skater Gong Li. He takes the second spot now in that race, in this race.
4 to go. Yashapati sitting in third. So it's really as the top 3, really as their rankings dictate right now. Holly Hoyland starting to lose some contact.
Danae Blais still trying to pick up the pace on these exits, progress the speed each time.
They're really 3 close together right now. Blais.
Yashapati setting up.
Yashapati setting up with see if she can finish it.
Looking outside, trying to hook tight here, but she might have given up too much of a gap.
Front two are the same. It's 1:32.48. That's not the fastest time, and I don't think there are any advancements. Nothing getting investigated, and so Chiarabetti still looking like the time to beat for those third place finishers.
Look at Olivier moving up on the outside. Blade jumping in a second there.
Real top skaters in that race. Seem to assert their dominance. Just take control. That it is official, so Danae Blais moving through. Us to the 8th heat. And that has, once again, the younger Velzebor leading the way as the seeded skater. It's coming up here. And there you go, play and gong going on. Next one, Michelle Velzebor, Elisa Konfortola, Yamana Rina, Gabriela Topolska, and Miroslava Selyakova. Thought maybe there was some movement, but
yeah, Michelle Velzebor looked really quick off that start. But those Velzebor sisters, they're quick off the lines. Interesting to see too on that face shield that they're wearing. They got vents in them, right? So they're not fogging up when they're skating, or they're not fogging the visor, so they can still see and have good visibility.
And it is Topolska at the moment, leading the way for the Polish Hussars, coming in ranked 53rd in the world in this. So by the numbers, she's not one of the favorites to get out as top two, but that's why they do these races, isn't it? There's always someone who's putting the charge. Confortola, who started out of position number 2, has slipped to 4th. But Velzebor now decides to go back to the front.
I think we'll be seeing a battle for who can get into that second position behind Velzebor. Mata going to be looking to try to move into that second place position.
As we know, Velzebor can shift, and so she's in that clear air. Confortola into third, and at one moment does Velzebor just decide to floor it. I believe her competitors behind. There's a bit of a gap coming up near the end. It's Topolska hanging in. Confortola making the move for second, and she makes that stick nicely up the inside.
Yeah, nice quick move from Confortola there.
And it is the top two seeded skaters moving on through. This is done by Michelle Velzebor and Elisa Confortola. So another one. I do not think there will be any supplemental discipline handed out, nothing getting investigated. The men's 1,000-meter skaters are already out on the ice. And so that means our third place time fasting is in fact Chiarabetti of the Italian Gladiators. And we'll move right along to the men's 1,000-meter heats. Also 8 heats, top 2 from each, and a maximum of 2 fastest third place skaters qualify for the finals. And then qualification day will wrap up with relay time. Results.
quite a long day for some of these skaters, so they got to be making sure that in between races and over the course of the day, they're finding opportunities to relax, make sure that they're eating properly, make sure that they're hydrating, just find time to just clear their mind, refocus. They're jumping around different distances, right, which require different tactics, different strategies, but making sure they're trying to stay fresh throughout this long day.
And we've seen a few of them as they do their cool downs and warm-ups. It's often pretty repetitive. So we've seen from our vantage point a few of the same athletes running around a few times over the course of the day. And now on to the men's 1,000-meter heats. This one as the man with old number 1, Park Ji-won. There's Quentin Vercoq, Diane Cellier, Lin Xiaojun, and Brandon Kim. And so that's a lot of horsepower in this heat.
It is. Feeling like a quarter or semi already.
You can say a guy like Lin Xiaojun is in 4th position, and he's granted a world champion in the 500 meters, but that's still saying something.
We saw Park get caught behind in the race earlier, having to make several moves to get back through in that 500. Right away here, he's taking no chances again. Just, hey, I'm going to get to the front. I'm going to control this race. I got the speed. I got the endurance. I'm going to lead it from the front. But I think Vercoq's in a great spot right behind him. As Park Ji-won picks up that pace, he just holds on tight there. He could be in a good position. But like we said earlier, there's some horsepower in this race. So he's going to be watching for the guys behind him, which include Lin Xiaojun, who's a phenomenal passer. So from 5th here, he's got some work cut out. But if anyone can do it, he's got the skill to do so.
Park, Vercoq, Cellier, 1, 2, and 3 right now. Still anyone's race at this point in time. Coming up to 3 to go.
Cox's going to want to try to close that a little bit. A little gap's not too bad, but you don't want to create too much of an opening. He's sitting well there.
Now the moves are all being shaped up. Everyone with the same frame of mind. Nice move by Cellier on the inside.
Lin Xiaojun jumping inside, looking outside again. Wow.
And now he jumps up into 2nd right behind Park. And 1, 2 at the line. And that 3rd place time will be interesting. So photo for 1, 2, photo for 3 and 4.
Lin Xiaojun just so versatile in his passing. He has the patience. He sees the track so well, what other skaters are doing around him. He's just, in the last lap and a half there, just snaking through the field. Vercoq was doing really well there, sitting behind Park, but Cellier, like you said, just had a nice late inside pass, but clean, getting to 2nd. Great look at the helmet there of Park Ji-won. Here's Lin Xiaojun from 5th. Inside, outside, outside again. And he's building that speed up on Park. He's going to look to even try to close him at the line.
Cellier and Kim battling for 3rd. And I think it's Cellier who's been granted 3rd by, well, 9,000ths of a second. You know, ho-hum kind of stuff. There it is. So Cellier's time, 1:25.27. Remember, it's a maximum of 2 3rd place finishes.
We're looking at the same advancement strategy or same advancement as we saw on the female side with the first 2 skaters plus the next 2 fastest 3rds. Barring any advancements, we've only gone through 1 race, so lots of action to come here.
2nd heat has Jung-Sun Woo, Felix Pigeon, Sun Long, Oleg Hyundai, and Robin Bendig. There you have it. Sun Long, of course, the 1,500-meter world champion. But Jung-Sun Woo on the front early. And here comes Sun lining things up on the outside. starting to wind up now. Sun and Zhang, 1-2.
You're in the back of the pack behind Sun here and Jang. You want to be moving up because these are two guys that are going to be tough to beat. The speed is already cruising now.
Very close quarters there, down to 2.5 to go. Sun Long still in front.
And making moves from the back from fourth to third. Challenging Jang Sung-woo. Wanted that second spot here.
It's about Sun Hyundai lining things up again, trying to get Tying to dive in the inside. It's going to be tough to make it stick. Doesn't. Pulls out of it. Who's going to take this one?
Oh, what a finish. Jang Sung-woo's defending his second position there. Hyundai kind of came up behind him, transferred some speed. He wasn't looking to make that pass on Sun Long into first, but he kind of got pushed into it. That's not what he was intending to do, but then it just created some chaos for the finish.
Just set it up, and it was like dominoes going down here when one sets off the other, and then suddenly there's 4 guys trying to go for the line, and so our officials are in for a bit of a search here to see what happened. But yeah, it looked like, as he mentioned, Oleg Hyundai was sizing up a move, didn't commit to it, kind of pulled back, but then suddenly was sort of forced into it.
Yeah, Jang Sung-woo was just defending that track so well in his position in second. Hyundai came up on him, kind of ran up, and that pushed that speed of his into Sung-woo that kind of pushed him ahead of Sun Long. So we'll get a replay momentarily of that finish in that last half lap, but lots of action unfolding right towards the end of this race. You can see here Jang Sung-woo is just defending his track, kind of bumping, getting pushed up. He wasn't looking to make a move on Sun Long, I'm sure of it.
And then suddenly up came Pigeon as well into the mix.
What a shoot to the line from Hyundai too. Like, he gets everything out of this split and that leg shoot here. Right there going down. But you know, he's had a pretty strong day. I've been quite impressed with his racing. The way he's moving in the pack, the way he's setting up. He's gonna get a lot of confidence because he's hanging with the best skaters right now.
He's also had a very long day. We've seen him a lot. So what's being looked at here is a late pass, and it's actually Jang Sung-woo from the looks of things on Sun Long.
Yeah, again, that pass I don't think was necessarily intentional by him, but just kind of happened out of the racing.
Yeah, Pigeon came in there last night. I think he actually got up 4th ahead of Hyundai. That's a tough one. Yeah. This is why we're not officials, or at least I'm not, you know, that's my reasoning.
I'm just happy I don't have to make those calls.
Yeah, it looks like there's an argument. There's some gesturing going on in the room themselves.
Yeah, not an easy job that they have at all.
En attendant la prochaine course, j'aimerais bien vous demander de donner une bonne main d'applaudissements aux préposés de la piste. Ils sont en train de réparer tous les trous causés dans la dernière course. Merci beaucoup.
Of course, if we see an advancement here, that's going to change the time qualifications.
And that changes the complexion, really, of the other races as well. But there's potentially 1/3 spot open, or depending on how the races go, none.
Yeah, and if there's none, that's going to change the way you can't. If you're the last race and you know that there's already 2 advancements, you can't go for that time.
So we'll just wait for the official announcement because it is coming momentarily.
After a review, we got a penalty for number 6 from Korea.
And there you have it. The penalty going to Jang Sung-woo. And so Sun Long wins the race. Felix Pigeon did sneak up there into second, and Oleg Hyundai by 0.06 of a second is now sitting in third. His time is behind that set by DNA Cellier. So if things still hold, there we go, from outside to in, lane change ruled right there. And
Felix Pigeon here, a little ways back and forth, showing why you never give up on that last half lap. Anything's going to happen. You sneak in there, you get your foot over that line, you go through the next round.
And he gets the qualifier. Heat number 3, Luca Speckenhauser, Brendan Corey, Miyata Shogo, Shinky Connect, and Theo Collins. Interesting one here too. Speckenhauser, the defending world bronze medalist in the distance. Brendan Corey, we've seen a few times. The returning Shinky Connect, and a guy like Theo Collins, one of these British Royals, have been skating pretty well today. And so, interesting one in the offing here.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing some exciting moves here. We got a couple skaters here that are just exciting to watch. Speckenhauser making some great passes. Brendan Corey today in that 1500, sneaking one through, and Shinky Connect can strike 2 as well. And we're kind of got a good gauge out of this race. Where is Shinky at right now on his return to racing? But again, I'm expecting some exciting interaction between the skaters, all tight together. There we go.
Speckenhauser up into 3rd from Bormio, which is really the training home for the Italian short track team, and where actually a lot of countries did some training this offseason. Still Miyata in the lead, Corey in 2nd, then Speckenhauser.
Miyata building the pace out front. You can see it's elevating. The skaters having to work more behind him.
Collins losing contact, Connect.
Here comes Speckenhauser.
In 3rd, Speckenhauser trying to make the move into 2nd, makes it stick.
Shinky taking advantage of that collision there, that impact between the two skaters, going inside, looking wide. Speckenhauser really tight as he enters the last turn.
And it is Miyata, Speckenhauser, and Connect did get up there just for 3rd, but there is going to be a review.
Yeah, I think we're going to be reviewing Speckenhauser's inside pass on Brendan Corey.
We do know for sure Miyata finished 1st, and I think he stayed out of the drama, so I don't think he's sweating much right now.
Yeah, nice clean race by Miyata there. Controlling from the front, again, just slowly progressing that speed lap after lap, making the guys behind him battle it out to try to get to that 2nd position.
That's the move there that's getting looked at. Sapped all the speed out of Corey. So, looks like the Ninja may be going through automatically. This is getting a look here. There it is. No discipline meted out. So Speckenhauser also through, and Connect with a 1:25.734. Now, watching, his is now the 2nd fastest 3rd place time. Oleg Hyundai will not be getting out. So heat number 4, Jens Van het Wout, Felix Roussel, Mattia Antonioli, Tobias Wolf, and Zdenek Seipal. First time we're getting a look at Antonioli, the latest gladiator on the ice. Always interesting. You like to talk about the starts, and in a race where they're obviously propelling themselves forward, when a skater is looking straight down on the ice.
It's just all a matter of comfort sometimes with that start position. How do you feel comfortable? That's the head position they're going with. It's probably just a matter of comfort for that skater.
I guess you know which way you're going, so. And you know, at the moment, there's nobody in front of you, so. And it's Roussel in front right now.
Felix Roussel and Jens Van het Wout, I think the favorites in this race. Seen some great skating from them already today. They've both got some great top-end speed.
Seipal sitting in 3rd, but now here comes Antonioli. Taking a look.
Bit of a deep track there by Felix Roussel, entering a little bit wider, a little bit later, kind of clogging up the skaters behind him.
It is those two, as he mentioned, well out in front. They have both looked pretty confident today.
Yeah, they're looking very smooth and very strong out front, just pulling away from the rest of the field. I think they've kind of set themselves apart here.
Green very much rising to the top in this race. Two men have a chance to now ease off a little bit, save those tiny little bits of energy for the next round. 127.67 for Antonioli. That third place time will not be good enough. So it'll just be the two going through. Those two were on the front and deciding to make their move, there was very little the chasing pack could do.
It'd be great to see some lap times on those skaters there. I think they were really cruising, making it look quite effortless, but they are moving. When you break away from the rest of the field like that, your speed just must be so high because all the skaters out here today are quick.
We'll through who's in heat number 5 while they still click the button to make the results official there. We have the defending world champion up next, William Dongenou, Dan Koss of the Dutch Lions, Niall Tracy of the British Royals, Lou Jean Shuo of the Hong Kong Ice Chilins, and Gleb Ivchenko of the Kazakh Nomads. And there you have it, 2 Qs, nobody third place. It's going to be moving on from that heat. So Dongenou, who's looked supremely confident so far today. This one, it's not his 1500, but he is still the world champion in the 1000, and so this is one where we might watch him glide away from everybody again.
Yeah, Dongenou's got the speed, he's got the endurance, he's got the confidence right now. I think he knows he can control this race, so I suspect we're going to see him sticking near the front here while Niall Tracy makes a quick move.
Tracy's another one who's had a pretty good day so far. I wonder if he's just firing perhaps a warning shot across the bow. Do not forget about me. Really shaking things up right now.
Dongenou going right back as he feels the field getting close together again.
Dongenou almost, depending on how he feels. Oh, there's a runner off. We missed that. Dan Koss off.
I'm not sure what's happened there, if he's lost edge, he got bumped, something. We'll have to go back and take a look.
Nothing's getting reviewed.
Tracy.
Now there's a skater down. That's Tracy. Oh, it's heartbreak for him.
And then there were 2.
And Lou also went down with them, so a whole lot of heartbreak out there. Now it is 2. That one will be reviewed. It's Dongenou and Gleb Ivchenko, who started all the way out in position 5. That video has been cleared. You see the little green in the corner, so that one already has been decided. Doesn't look like there's anything getting done, and so perhaps a little more drama than what Dongenou is used to.
But again, by staying in the front, he stayed clear of it. I'd like to get another look at the incident with Niall Tracy on the exit of that corner. I'm not sure if he just kind of found himself back on his heels and spun out. It'd be interesting to get another look. Of course, Koss earlier in the race, we see him kind of step aside from racing. I don't look like a bit of a slip there. Yeah, he's kind of feeling on his left.
At this point, he's gone, and so we'll miss that one, but it'll be interesting to see if we get another look at Tracy. So.
Watch Tracy here. Yeah.
Oh, he went down on his own.
Comes back on his heels.
And Lou, the unfortunate victim, caught behind him.
Yep.
That's why you go to the front.
Yep. Nothing Lou could do there. That blade was close. Al Tracy's blade coming up on the map, on the mats there. Lou coming in behind him, but everybody's okay. So at this point, no advancements yet. We still have 2 times qualification spots open with 3 heats to go.
3 to go. And there you are, the top 2 only moving on. The 3rd place time will not be fast enough either. So next heat has Robert Kruzbergs as the seeded skater, Adil Galiakhmatov, Jordan Pierre-Gilles, perhaps more of a 500-meter specialist. So this will be interesting. Stan Desmet and Yangun Benjung of Germany. And so this one could be fun.
I think it will be.
Well, the whole thing is fun. It's just a matter of degree. And so we know Pierre-Gilles has that straight-up horsepower. Kruzbergs has won World Cups in the 1,000 and has a lot to prove this weekend, to prove he's back at his best. Stan Desmet, we know his power, strength, precision, all that. So a lot to look at in this.
Galiakhmatov moving into 2nd there, tucking behind Jordan Pierre-Gilles, leading this race out, controlling from the lead. Jordan's not pushing the pace too much, which is for him is good because he wants to conserve a little bit of energy, being a real more sprint-oriented skater, but he's improved his endurance over the summer. I think that training's paying off for him.
Kruzbergs is taking a look, but that opens the door for Desmet to get up into 2nd. Savvy move from the Belgian Ice Bear. Kruzbergs now trying again, gets up into 3rd at Galiakhmatov. Now he's trying to take a look around Desmet. 1 to go. Jordan Pierre-Gilles staying above the fray. Desmet trying to make a move. Kruzbergs looking like he might have to push for 3rd, and it's going to be Desmet and Pierre-Gilles. Kruzbergs did make it close. The long legs there at the line.
Yeah, Desmet just coming in on the end of that race after that inside pass, carrying so much speed on his speed track, going wide. There was nothing Jordan could do about that. But he did everything he had to do as well just to make sure his top 2 there. We'll wait for the official, but it looks like Stan Desmet, followed by Jordan Pierre-Gilles and Kruzbergs in 3rd.
I believe I saw was in the 126 range, and so DNA Cellier's time of 125.270 looking like it may be holding up. So it is possible there is some announcement if about a correction, but we'll just leave it to the officials. We'll wait for the official results from an earlier race if I'm seeing this correctly, but I'm not going to comment on that. I shouldn't have said anything anyway. Kruzberg's time not fast enough to be one of the 3rd place times. Stan Desmet and Jordan Pierre-Gilles 1 and 2. So the 2 automatic qualifiers.
Going into these last 2 heats, we have 6 skaters on the line. That is a packed 1,000-meter. 5's already a lot. 6 is even more. You know what that's going to change is skaters really can't find themselves back in the race at all, this pack, right? If you're back in 6, that's going to be a big distance to cover to find your way to the lead. So I think we're going to see skaters battling for the front, which will likely push the pace of this race.
And heat number 7 has Kim Gun-woo out of position 1, but it also has Michał Nowinski, Watanabe Keita, Reynes Berzins, Ivan Martinic, and Mohamed Bozdag. Gunwu, who did pick up a win here in Montreal.
Taking no chances on the start either this time.
Yeah. Niewinski out in front. Kim, if I remember correctly, he emerged through, I think it was 3 Korean skaters going into the final corner, and he emerged victorious.
We've lost a pair of glasses in the corner. Skaters getting caught up with each other.
It looks like it's Berzins who doesn't have his anymore. Still Niewinski. You know how much power he brings, the Polish hussar.
We saw Niewinski start quick off that line to get to the front. Kind of what we were talking about. Getting out to the lead, not finding yourself caught back in this pack, because this is a lot of skaters for a 1,000-meter event.
And could it also be a guy like Niewinski? We know he's a 500-meter guy, and if he gets to the front, it's his chance to almost slow it down and save it for a final push.
Yeah.
Really ramping up now. Michał Niewinski. Kim Gunwu making a move around the outside to try to get into second. Is he able to make it stick around Berzins? Now he's trying for the lead. Niewinski trying to hang on. Mouth agape. Michał Niewinski just hanging on for second. In the end, Kim Gunwu takes it. Niewinski spent a lot of time out front and was fading there.
Yeah, you know, Niewinski, yeah, as you said, Gavin, out in the lead. You know, leading the pack, it's so much harder to be out front than it is to be following, but I think that's the race plan that he wanted. You see him giving the peace sign there. He's happy with that race. He had a job to do. He did it, making sure he gets through, not taking any chances. And of course, Kim Gunwu just flying on the outside, making it look easy.
So we'll see how that third place time might hold up. Berzins 1:26.299, not good enough. The looks of things.
That 125 mark, that's a pretty quick 1,000-meter time.
That was the first one when they kind of didn't know the standard yet.
Yeah.
So one more to go.
Again, 6 skaters on the start line with some big names here.
Some big ones indeed. Look at Kim, the gold helmet. And there you have it, the big 2 Qs there, leaving 1 heat to go. Headlined here by Liu Xiaoang. Then right behind him, Pietro Sigel, silver medalist at the World Championships. Andrew Heo of the United States. Yerkebulan Shamukanov of the Kazakh Nomads. Furkan Akar of that Turkey side, the Anatolian Pars, and Wonjun Moon of the Hungarian Falcons. It is Liu out in front, Sigel behind him. And Heo's had a good day. Akar, we know, has some finishing speed if it comes to it.
Wearing his number 11, he finished second in this distance at the World Championships, representing the Italian Gladiators, number 35 of the USA Eagles, with Andrew Jones.
Nice quick move by Moon on Sigel there to move into second.
Number 49 with the Turkish Anatolian Pars.
No one challenging Liu Xiaoang right now in the lead. I'm sure that will change quickly.
Liu comfortably in front right now.
Liu Xiaoang, it's getting a little bit tight here. Moon sneaking up the inside.
Let's move for Moon.
Sigel attacking on the outside. Liu Xiaoang moving back.
Liu under pressure on all fronts. Sigel now shoots for the lead. And is able to make it stick. Moon right behind him. Now Liu making the move for second. Nicely done. Up the inside, 2 to go as they come up to the bell. And Heo, the American, also taking a look, but Sigel with some breathing room. Able to bring this over. Here comes Heo up into third. Can he make it go for second? That's Liu. And that was going to be close. Liu, I think, took his eyes off the prize a little bit, and that opened the door for Heo.
think Leo still hung on there for the finish. Do we have another bet coming up on the photo finish, or are we in agreement this time?
I think you're right.
Yeah, we're in agreement.
Right. I think Leo did hang on.
But great finish by Andrew Heo, just attacking the line.
Oh, well, if you forced me to be wrong, I would believe you less in the future. But I think you're right.
Andrew Heo just gets a little bit pinched by Seagal there, and that drops him back, loses his speed.
It's a good race for Moon.
Yeah.
There. Get some moves.
Yeah, I like that race by Moon. He was really asserting himself up the front, trying to hold either the lead or that second position. You like to see that, not being afraid of the names that you're up against, willing to compete with those big guys.
So in the second heat, number 82 race.
And it is, in fact, moving on. And they are making the announcement. So what I did read was corrected. Oleg Hande, back from Heat 2, that wacky finish that we had, he does get advanced. So when he fell over the line, he does get advanced. And so Jung Sun-woo was penalized, but they are moving on Oleg Hande. So just one third-place qualifier, and that is DNA Cillier, back from Heat number 1. And that's it for the individual distances for today. As you see the qualifiers, we get a nice resurface, we get a small break, and then it's relay time. Back in just a few moments.
Patinage de vitesse Canada, patinage de vitesse Québec, gouvernement du Canada, gouvernement du Québec, Ville de Montréal, Tourisme Montréal, Dunamu, China National Sports Group, Naver, Intact Assurance, Savante, IGA, Parc Olympique et Hôtel Universel, Yule, Aéroport International de Montréal et Matrin. Un grand merci pour votre aide pour cette compétition.
And here we go with the Dutch. The Dutch Lions, the Polish Hussars, and the Italian Gladiators. Just 3 teams in this quarterfinal. In the first and second place teams will advance, as well as 2 of the 3 third place teams, depending on advancements, of course. And so this is the one. The other 2 have 4 teams, so the ice will be a little more crowded, but this is going to be the interesting one, especially as the first heat. So if you're skating in third, you'll still want to push for the fastest time. And on the front, we have a Velzebor in second, rather, and that is Gloria Ioriatti for the Gladiators. It's about every lap and a half that they do the exchanges, Tyler.
Yeah, typically you see them on the start. They're doing 1 lap before their first exchange, and then they'll be exchanging every lap and a half. Until we get to the finish, they have to exchange 2 laps prior to the finish of the relay.
The gun will go off at that point, so we'll know that there's 1 more exchange allowed. And then every so often we do see it as well, where teams decide either through by accident or maybe by design, they change it up and go on the half lap to separate themselves from the traffic. Chiara Betti for the Gladiators, moving up into second place. Solid move from her. It's Angel Delman on the front for the Dutch Lions, giving away to Michelle Velzebor.
We talked about it earlier. The Dutch Lions team here missing some key members of their team that we're used to seeing, with Susanna Schulting being out, as well as Selma Poutsma. So a couple new faces on the relay, but still they're coming in ranked number 1.
The veteran Yara Van Kerkhoff also retired after last season. I often like to say she was always a mainstay, even when there might have been some faster women on the team. She would always be in the mixed relay and in the women's relay.
Yeah, she was skating back all the way to 2010 on the World Cup circuit, so she had a long history, but now that she is gone, again, changing up the Dutch team a little bit.
That's Angel Delman on the front for the Lions.
I thought with only 3 teams, we might see them a little more aggressive early, pushing for that time. But, you know, it wasn't a pedestrian pace where they started, and they're certainly picking it up now. 9 laps to go, coming up on 8 here.
The Velzebor exchange coming up, and it's Sandra in the front. And it's, I believe that's Seagal in there for the Gladiators. If they make the 4th skater, would not be surprised if it's Elisa Confortola. I haven't seen the published rosters just yet.
Shaping up to be a tight finish here. The Lions, I suspect, will be finishing with Zandra Velzebor, who's been showing her speed all day long. That will be key to their finish.
Keep an eye out too. I always like to point out, I'm sure you would be able to comment on it, no more exchanges coming. We'll talk about it at the next race. The advantage, the times where a push is given to give a team the lead. Maybe we'll shape it up right here. Nope, not gonna happen, no opportunity. And as you mentioned, it's Sandra Velzebor bringing them to the finish.
Yeah, Velzebor was able to kind of cut off that inside move by the Gladiators. Bell lap here.
And it's Ariana Seagal.
Stormwowska looking
in second. A very close race. For a quarterfinal, often we do start to see some separation, but 3 pretty evenly matched teams there.
Yeah, nice close race here in a quarterfinal of the relays.
So we'll see how that 3rd place time, the Polish Hussar, is setting it up. There's Seagal, who finished things off for the Italians, all within a second, if I'm not mistaken.
I think we saw on the board, it's looking like their time was around the 4:10 marker. It's a solid time. It could hold up, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Quick look back. Look Dutch relay side.
So as you mentioned earlier, Gavin, we heard the gun there. When we hear the gun, you're allowed 1 more exchange. or one more exchange. You have one lap before the final exchange to finish the last 2 laps. The team, in theory, could opt out of that exchange and try to skate that skater all the way to the end, but that's not something that we typically see.
That's a long mad dash to the finish line.
Yeah, especially when you got some laps in your legs already. It adds up.
Looks like the Italian Gladiators plans on moving on, and so third place time 4:10.782 for the Polish Hussars. Now we'll get a look at 4 teams on the ice. The Korean White Tigers, the Chinese Lungs, the Hungarian Falcons, and the Ukrainian Wildcats.
Having some difficulties with the starting gun by the sounds of it.
I thought it was my ears for a second. I thought it was the headset, but no, and then everybody else looked around, and okay, it's not just me. So it'll be a musical interlude instead.
Sending the skaters to skate around while they figure out these technical difficulties. The key to these relays is always going to come down to the exchanges. 27-lap race here. You don't have to panic too early with only 4 teams on the ice, but as we shake down to those last 8 laps, that's where we're going to really see some jockeying for position, trying to get yourself in position in the top 2. And as always in the relay, anything can happen.
Looks like that has been sorted out.
Go to the start. Ready.
So as I was sort of mentioning, at the end of the last race, often you see a lot of passing on the exchanges where there's that opening and they literally shove them right on through.
Yeah, as the skaters are lining up for their exchange, the lead team does have to give some way, so they can't exchange that first team right on the inside lane to back up the skaters behind them. So what that does is open an opportunity for the following skaters to try to make a strong relay exchange and push their skater to the lead.
As they were on the starting line so far here.
Number 28, and number 33, for Team Hungary, the Hungarian Falcons, we have number 40, Tonya Sofia, number 47, Shoni Mayadora.
The White Tigers pushing the pace out in front. It's looking to be a bit of a quicker start to this relay than the previous.
And finally, for Team Ukraine, the Ukrainian Wildcats, we have number 55.
See if the Hungarian Falcons and the Ukrainian Wildcats can hold on to this pace being set by the Tigers and the Chinese Long.
Still pretty close. Everyone's staying in contact right now, though. The Wildcats losing it a little bit, but every time you have to do that little bit of exertion, I imagine that makes the elastic that little bit closer to finally breaking.
Yeah, they're just trying to hold on there. But they're doing a good job of it right now. Sometimes it's difficult too. When you're that 4th team, you're having to exchange so much tighter. It's harder to get as good of a relay exchange as the teams up in the front.
So now some separation as the elastic snaps on the Ukrainian Wildcats. Kim Gilly about to come into the race for the Korean White Tigers, preserving that lead. Still not really any chances to pass, or nobody's really taken that chance just yet. It's about a baker's dozen laps left to go.
Yeah, we're still early. 12 laps to go here. And the Korean White Tigers, they're, like we mentioned earlier, they're keeping this pace going. They're not making it easy for the teams following. But this is shaping up well for the Falcons, who are making them do an inside pass here. Tight on the entry. They squeak by. Nice move.
Kim Gilly coming back into it as the Hungarian Falcons jumped up into second place.
7 laps to go now. Still tight together with these top 3 teams. The Falcons have positioned themselves really well here. Chinese Long moving into second.
Into second place. Now the urgency ramps up all the more. We'll see 5. They also have their teammates or their team officials with their own lap counters on the corners.
Hungarian Falcons staying with it here. Needing to keep these exchanges clean, but we're coming up on one more exchange before 2 to go. Our final skaters making their way to the track.
In comes Kim Gilly, taking over from Shim Suk Hee there.
Wildcats are going to make sure that they get out of the way as the top teams are coming through.
And it is Gong Li finishing things off for China, and they will go 1 and 2. And we see how that time stacks up, about 4:10.92. That was not as fast as the first.
Yeah, very close. We'll wait for the official. Sometimes they go to that photo finish. The times get adjusted a little bit. Very close to the time of those Polish Hussar, the first qualifier. I really like the way that the Hungarian Falcons skated that race. They're aggressive. They weren't going to just sit back, not do anything, position themselves in the second, give themselves an opportunity. Wait for the official time here. 4:10.92 for the Falcons. And that third place time, Chinese Long taking second, and the Korean White Tigers taking the victory. So again, the 2 fastest third place times, barring any advancements. One more quarterfinal here to go on the women's side.
And they've stayed clean as well, just like in the individual races. Looks like the results are about to come up. There they are, Hungary now, 4:10.927. That's the one on the bubble, if there is going to be another third place team. So the final heat has the 3rd, 4th, 9th, and 10th ranked teams. Canada, Ice Maples, the USA Eagles, the Japanese Ninjas, and the Kazakh Nomads. Look at Danae Blais with helmet number 10 there for Canada. It's Florence Brunel starting off for them. There's Danae Blais, and there's Ricky Doak as well, and Kim Boutin. The US, they just have 4 women here, so they go with that side of Kristen Santos, Griswold, Corin Stoddart, Louisiana Stahl, and Una Wilhoit. Kazakh Nomads. Has Alina Ashkalieva, Medina Zanbusanova.
Canadian Ice Maples looking comfortable with this early lead in the race. Very experienced team of skaters.
Currently
Ninjas slide into the front.
Hirai Ami for the Ninjas. Kanai Rika onto the ice right now. Looks like Nakashima Mide is getting ready to come in. And Kurokawa Ki is the fourth entrant. Makes the move into the front is Danae Blay for Canada.
Kristen Santos moving on the outside. Her teammate has to make sure she gets out. She goes a long way around.
The Canadians who went down, did they make an exchange?
There was an exchange on the following corner between Danae Blay and Kim Boutin.
So that will get a review. You see the little yellow dot in the bottom left corner of your screen. The Canadians now chasing. It's Kim Boutin trying to chase.
Florence Brunel will be looking to close this gap. She's got some work to do.
Hirai Ami in front. Kanai Rika now into the race. It's Corin Stoddard for the United States and Medina Zanbusanova for the Kazakh Nomads as the Canadians get right back on. They had plenty of time to spare. They weren't flying just yet, and it wasn't the most disastrous of crashes. They didn't go off into the corner.
Nope. Canadians are kind of off pace in their timing with the exchanges. We'll see that they're timing their exchange on opposite corners now, so we'll see if they look to set that right with a one-lap exchange to get back into unison with the other teams. It's often difficult. If you're the fourth team in the back and you're on an off exchange, it's a challenge, but it looks like they're doing that now with Kim Boutin working her way around on the outside. She's definitely doing more than 1.5 laps here to get back to the front of the pack. She's moving into second. She's calling for the exchange to her team.
She got around Louisiana Stahl, the American. Now they have eyes for the lead. Kanai Rika leading the way for the Japanese. And Canada goes for the lead, the Canadian Ice Maples, and it's Florence Brunel taking the front, handing off to Ricky Doak.
We're seeing great composure by the Canadian Ice Maples here. Having that slip up early, they saw there was lots of time left in the race. They get back into it, and now they're back to the lead.
Look at that from Kristen Santos Griswold, bypassing the exchange, opting to go on the half lap, gets up into second, and then makes the exchange.
Now we'll see if the Americans will adjust their exchange pattern from 1.5.
A little bit of confusion there. It was very close quarters, and that slipped Una Wilhoit back into third. Now the Canadians, who once crashed, are now flying away with this race. Kim Boutin gives off to Florence Brunel, and it's a race for second. One more exchange coming. It's Corin Stoddard of the United States.
Corey Stoddard will be handing off to Kristen Santos for 2 laps to go. The Ninjas sitting in third. They got to keep pushing it, though, looking for that time advancement.
Ricky Doak will finish things off for Canada. The Canadian Ice Maples. Hearts in their throats for a little bit as they went down. They had to chase. The Ice Maples moving into the semis potentially. We'll see what the result is. Corin Stoddard, or Kristen Santos Griswold, pardon me, for the USA Eagles. Crossing in second. Nakashima Mide in third for the Japanese Ninjas.
And the time for the Japanese Ninjas looks a little bit off pace. So waiting the official results, but currently it looks like the Hungarian Falcons and the Polish Azar will go through on time, but we will wait for the official call.
So of course we'll get another look at what actually happened there, because it was during an exchange, and that's what happens when you have so many bodies on the ice.
So after 2 more comm relays, we get a lot of action in this third quarterfinal. There was a quick shot of the Canadians going down on that exchange. Kim Boutin working her way around the outside, calling her team off, saying, hey, let me go here, let me get us back into position, putting her hand up, saying she wants to get that exchange back on track. Then Florence Brunel fighting into the lead there.
there. The Canadians then suddenly well in front, and Lucky Doak finishing things off.
That's experience, though. That's experience in practice. A veteran team communicating, which is key on these relays. Figuring it out on the fly, not easy to do. We saw the same thing from the Americans, finding themselves a few times on off exchanges, but sorting that out amongst each other, positioning themselves well to get that second place.
So the men's relay is up next. There you have it. Canada and the US going through automatically. Japan, the unlucky third place team. The Japanese Ninjas not able to get into the semis. Now we move into the men's 5,000 meter relays. And this first one, Tyler, has 5 teams on the ice.
Oh boy. That's a lot of skaters. 20 skaters on track.
Poland and Hungary going through. The Polish Hussars and the Hungarian Falcons going through as the third place sides. So we'll run through who is in heat number 1. The Canadian Ice Maples, top-ranked team in the world, didn't have a World Championships to remember. The Italian Gladiators, the Hungarian Falcons, the Norwegian Vikings, and the Hong Kong Ice Chilins. So let's go through a look at the Norwegian side here. See Mika Klevstuen, Linus Risnes, Frederick Pedersen. Pardon me, I'll just wrap things up. And then Eric Anderson. Let's just look at the Norwegian side. Of course, there's 5 teams on the ice, so it takes some time to read it, but they're actually off to a pretty fast start for a 5K relay, aren't they?
Well, with 5 teams, you don't want to get caught in the back on these exchanges. That's going to be a hard place to be. It's going to make your exchanges very difficult to make cleanly. So getting out to the front with 5 teams in the ice, very important to do. So it's not even just hectic for the skaters, but also our track stewards may have their work cut out for them, because there's a lot more skaters to be paying attention to on the ice when you're going to try to fix blocks.
Of course, there is a race for third place. It's actually just the first and second place team, so there's not even a third place time qualifying here right now as Jordan Pierre-Gilles tags in for the Canadians.
Norway, the Norwegian Vikings. We have number 133, Eric Anderson, and number 134, Mika Klevstuen.
And then for Italy, it's now Pietro Siegel tagging in.
So the 5,000 meter relay, each skater is going to be on the track about 7 or 8 times, depending if they're a finishing skater or not. It's a lot of laps to complete. And of course, as we get down to the end, we'll watch to see the track starting to get chewed up and seeing if the skaters are adjusting their track pattern at all to account for that track being chewed.
That's Lorenzo Previtali giving way to Thomas Natalini. It's always the interesting thing, the 5,000 meters after the women's 3K, it chews up the ice quite a bit and they don't flood it, and it's always a little bit more challenging. It adds to the drama, perhaps, of these men's relays.
Yeah, one nice thing they have is there's 7 tracks on this ice surface. So between the 2 groups, we have 7 total relay races before the flood. So at least each time they're getting a fresh track. But as an athlete, you want to pay attention to where the track is, because on one side, if they've moved the track outside of the ruts, you're going to have clean ice nearly everywhere that you need. But on the other side of the track, you're going to see if you go out too wide, there's going to be ruts from previous races. So they're going to come out, they're going to pay attention to where the blocks are and where those hot spots, if you will, on the ice that they need to avoid.
Peter Yashapati into the race for the Falcons. He's 3rd right now, as the Falcons are taking a look at the Gladiators a little bit. And now it's the Vikings, who we didn't often see them on the international circuit with the men's relay side last year. I don't think they did every World Cup stop, even with individuals. And so it's nice to see them jumping right into it, developing a program here a little bit.
Yeah, fantastic to see them be able to field a team here I also love their helmets, by the way.
It's very nice. It's the flag, and it's very crisp.
And all coordinated.
Stephen Dubois, he's a guy we haven't seen actually much of today. He's had a nice quiet day compared to some of the guys we've seen in every single race so far. It's William Donjanu, speaking of guys who we've seen in every single race so far. He's still a young fella. I'm sure there's still plenty in the tank, not only today, but the rest of this weekend. And there is a collision. It looked like it was after an exchange, and it looked like Hong Kong, the Ice Chilens, not only went down, but they missed the tag trying to make the exchange after the fact in the corner, and now they're a little out of sorts and trying to figure it out.
Hopefully get a review on that. It was a little bit further back in the pack. Norwegians looked like they got caught up with them, but they were still able to complete their exchange and stay in the race.
It's Yang Cheng Rui in right now.
Norwegian Vikings lost an edge on that exit. They've tagged up. They're getting back in. The Hong Kong team is coming after them as well.
Tough for them. They were competitive in the early going. There's another team down after an exchange, and it's the Falcons, but they're up into second.
And the Italian Gladiators there losing their footing a bit, but still holding on, staying on their feet.
All the while, the Ice Maples serenely in front, unaware of the drama going on behind them.
And when the race starts to break up like this, it changes it a little bit. You know, top two teams are going through, but we still got three teams together.
The Gladiators off on the exchange. That allowed them to make a move. As they now make that exchange.
Now they're getting back on track with their exchanges.
Seagull in.
If your exchange is off from the other teams and you're in the front, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes that creates some chaos behind you, but if you're in the mid of the pack and you're trying to exchange on offsides, that creates some confusion and some chances for some collisions between skaters.
It's Felix Roussel leading the way for the Canadians.
Yeah, the Ice Maples are picking up the pace. You're going to be looking for these other two teams to make sure they track out of the way, which they're not doing a great job of right now.
Now the back markers to worry about, the Hong Kong Ice Chilens.
Jordan Pierre-Gilles going back on his heels a bit, but having to make an outside pass on the team that they're lapping. Again, the Gladiators getting caught up with the Vikings.
And now the Norwegian Vikings are a little bit confused there. I think lapping them. Their skater, they're just kind of stopped. That was Linus Risnes.
6 laps to go here. The Gladiators move to the front. William Danjanu takes it right back.
Back and forth, the battle going. That's Lorenzo Previtali and Danjanu going head to head. Roussel now leading for the Canadians, and it's the Falcons right up on the back of the Gladiators.
The ice is now getting some wear in it. You can see the skaters being a little bit more cautious. They're traveling a lot faster than they were early in the race. Got the gun here for one more exchange.
It's going to be Dubois finishing off for the Canadians. It's going to be Seagull. And it's Seagull challenging for the lead briefly.
Fantastic turn by Dubois there, carrying his speed out. Seagull is struggling on the ice behind him, opening up that gap.
And it is going to be, from the looks of things, Dubois and Seagull. Seagull just sort of almost standing up a little bit, knowing that top two move on.
Yeah, not want to get in contact with that Hong Kong Keelan team in front of him.
First quarterfinal, the Italians are unofficially in second place.
And so there are those two incidents being investigated. One has already been cleared. One on the earlier one with the Ice Chilens of Hong Kong and the Norwegian Vikings. The second one is that incident earlier on where the Norwegians were about to be lapped, and they're looking for them possibly impeding the race. That one is the one still being investigated.
Watch the replay here, see if we see some of those. Oh, there we go. We see the Chilean team getting exchanged right into the back of the Norwegian Vikings, causing them to trip up and go down, but the Norwegian Vikings had already made their exchange. Gladiators holding onto their footing there. Here's Jordan Pierre-Gilles going around the outside, but the Vikings team being lapped, coming into contact with the Gladiators. Right here, forcing them outside. That's an incident under review. Stephen Dubois putting his hands up in the air again as they lap the Chillin team coming up on the finish.
And it is a very young Norwegian Viking side, so learning the lessons here at the very top of this sport. Here is the announcement.
After review, we given yellow card lap for Team Norway.
So if we want to talk about that for a moment, the yellow card in a relay is awarded to a team that doesn't yield to a lead team that's lapping them. So if you are being lapped by a team coming up, it is your job to safely get out of the way of those teams. If you do not, you will be granted a yellow card. So that's a pretty strict penalty. You got to make sure you're aware of that as a team, ensuring that you get out of the way cleanly for those teams coming behind you.
And the difference between a yellow card and just being penalized?
Well, if you get 2 yellow cards, that could be quite bad for your team going forward.
So here's the incident here. This ruled impeding a race as the Gladiators trying to go around, and yeah, he just gets in the middle there. So you'll see the results coming up there. Oh, that's actually the start list for the next one. Korean White Tigers, the Belgian Ice Bears, the USA Eagles, and the Ukrainian Wildcats. It's Ward Petre leading things off for the Belgians, Belgian Ice Bears. The United States, Brandon Kim. Danilo Fedorenko, and they've already given way. And it is the instantly recognizable golden adorned helmet. Park Ji-won in front. There's no worries about third place finishers potentially finishing. It's just a race amongst these 4 sides.
With no time advancement, a little bit more relaxed start here. Teams sorted themselves out. The Korean White Tigers controlling the front of the race.
Warren Van Dam second right now. Seung Min Kwon just handing over to Brandon Kim for the USA Eagles. Danilo Fedorenko for the Wildcats, just giving off to Oleg Hande. He'll be resting well tonight, I have no doubt, is Oleg Hande. He's crashed, he's fallen, he's get some good results at the same time though.
Oleg Hande's had a big day. You know, he's had a lot of good results though, and he's really shown himself to be someone to watch out for on this World Tour.
That's always the cool thing of the new season. You never know who's made the big jump, who's had the aha moment, and deciding to everything starts to click and see who comes forward.
Absolutely. That's you hit the nail on the head there, Gavin. Excited to see what new skaters are going to rise up in the new season. So the White Tigers, obviously the favorites in this race, but between the Belgian Ice Bears and the American Eagles, I think we're going to have a tight finish between these two teams. The American program's been coming along, did quite well at the World Championships in Rotterdam, getting the mixed relay medal as well.
Pretty solid group on the ice. Park Ji-won, Stan Desmet, Andrew Heo, and Oleg Hande. Imagine could see those four as the finishers for their respective sides.
Clement sneaking into second position there off that exchange, as we talked about earlier, taking advantage of a good exchange to move up a position.
There's been some changes around in the back of the field, but at the front, it has been the same the entire way.
27 laps, 3,000 meters to go. The White Tigers opening up a gap here. Doesn't seem like they're overly aggressive on their pace, but okay, here come the American Eagles to close that down. Andrew Heo getting right up behind Park Ji-won.
Heo's gonna pass off to Clayton de Clements. We saw him skate a pretty good race earlier on, going toe-to-toe with some big names. Just 4 teams in this relay, so
Just.
it's hectic. I know, right? And it looks like the Ukrainian Wildcats might be slipping off the back as the lights go down here.
All right, we're getting the lights back up.
Not sure how we respond to that.
Yeah, it seems like there's some lighting struggles happening.
Now, they won't be able to see very well if the lights go down.
No, we have seen in other World Cup events in the past where they really just light the track and kind of leave the center dark. Fortunately, the spotlights remained up on the block so the skaters could see that at least.
And then it would have been a real free-for-all. When the lights come up, we would have seen, okay, who's still standing?
Not much changing in this race. Belgians have a little bit of a gap, but Van Dam looking to close that here.
It's Kwan for the United States. Into the final 15 to go. And it's Brandon Kim closing right back up. U.S. Eagles showing some good fight to the White Tigers, but you do have to wonder, with that man on the front, at what point does the shift happen? And are they just toying with the opponents? But so far, Stan Desmet also now closing right back up again. Hanging in there, of course, top 2. So that urgency will ramp up all the more.
Clement moving into the front, getting a lead change, completes it.
Nicely done. Brandon de Clement. Handing over to Seung-min Kwan. Now the White Tigers pounce back. Now they form a little bit of a gap. And they're starting to really string out
9
inside
laps.
10 laps to go.
Yeah, the pace is really picking up now.
Although Heo right on the tail. Park Ji-won, but within a few strides, Park adds a little bit of a buffer.
Belgian Ice Bears have some work to do to close the gap on the Eagles ahead of them.
Nothing is being investigated just yet as they lap Ukraine. The Ukrainian Wildcats, and they showed that's how you allow your team to get lapped. It was smooth and calm, and everybody got through. 4 to go. So there's going to be one more exchange and then one more exchange.
There's the gun.
Now they set it up, Park Ji-won. Out to put the capper on this. Andrew Heo trying to close it up. Stan Desmet now closing it on second. They've had a bit of a gap to close. Can Desmet finish that off? He's closing right up to Heo. This is going to be interesting. Desmet looks the outside, tries to dive on the inside. He set it up at the finish. I think Heo hung on.
For Team USA, Team
Great little defensive track by Hale going into the last quarter. He could feel the pressure of Stein to Smith. He took that opportunity to enter a little bit wider, creating a little bit more distance that Stein's going to have to cover to get him at that line, so he can also get a good crossover going into the corner, not dumping his speed on the apex. We're going to have to go to the photo finish there. It was a great stretch by Stein, but was it enough?
You saw him shaping it up on the outside, going into the turn so that he could swing out of the turn to make a stab at the line. I'm going to say on that one, he just came up short and Heo hung on. But this will be another test of the eyes.
Making that inside move on the White Tigers. Okay, here we get a look at the finish. Stein coming up on Hale. Not a great angle to see who was first to line.
Get it probably in just a moment, and then
there it is.
Hale hanging on. USA into the semifinals. Here coming up. There they are. The Korean White Tigers and the USA Eagles into the semis. Heat number 3 coming on. 4 teams again. The Chinese Lungs, the Kazakh Nomads, the Polish Hussars, and the Turkey Anatolian Pars. Dennis Nikisha. I imagine he would be the team's exclamation mark if they were pushing for a finish.
Yeah, I expect so. A little more aerodynamic this year. He's trimmed the beard up.
That's true. It used to be about as bushy as Stephen Dubois. And DNA Cillier on the line for the Hussars. Nikisha's actually starting here. Furkan Akar starting for the Anatolian Pars. And it is Li Wenlong starting things off for the Chinese Lungs.
So going back to the World Championships, the Polish Hussars had a great relay performance there, capturing the bronze medal. They'll be looking to try to secure a spot again in the finals and compete for a podium finish here this weekend.
Sniavinsky on the front, giving way to, I believe that's Felix Pigeon. Indeed. Oh, pardon me, that's actually Łukasz Kuczynski, my mistake. Leads the way right now. Now it's Pigeon in for the Hussars. Murat Tataci for the Anatolian Pars. And meanwhile, in third, just watching and waiting, now giving way. Li Wenlong into the race, taking over for Zhu Yiding. At the back, meantime, for the Nomads is Nikisha.
And of course, the Chinese Long, the reigning world champions from the relay.
Adil Galiakhmetov on the ice into the race for the Nomads. This one feels a little bit more pedestrian than some of the ones that we've seen. Yeah,
they're certainly not blazing it up just yet, conserving their energy. You can going to be expecting a fast finish in this relay.
There certainly is a lot of sprint power with the likes of
All of the
Dennis
teams.
Nikisha. Yeah, exactly. Furkan Akar.
Nowitzki.
Yeah. So there is a lot of top end speed. And then leading the way right now for the Chinese lungs is Li Wenlong. Also have Sun Long, although he's maybe more of a distance guy. He's the 1,500 meter champion. Is there an advantage to having a mix of expertise, or would you load up with sprinters and kind of hope that they just kind of hang on?
Well, the 5,000 meter relay is a long race, especially if that speed picks up early. So someone like Sun Long, who has the speed and the endurance, is going to be a key asset to the team. He may not necessarily be the finisher all the time, but he's someone that's going to keep you in the race, and you know he's got the legs in him to go the distance.
The Nomads getting up into second now, jumping 2 spots. As we come inside, they're seeing 28 laps to go. It is Pigeon now for the Hussars, getting up into second. Cillier. Li Wenlong. Cillier, Nikisha. And then for the Anatolian Pars, that's Furkan Akar. Nowitzki now going for the lead. Saw him survive 1,000 by doing that. Fortunately, he has, of course, a few teammates to work with in the relay, but now the lungs trying to get back Sun Wenlong, giving way to Liu Shaolin.
And the pace still staying quite relaxed at this point. Got to think it's been a long day for some of these athletes. You know, maybe in their heads just thinking, I'm just going to wait and hold on a little bit. It's been a big day, conserve my energy.
Seems everyone's in agreement. Nobody's really trying to just say, you know what, let's go for it. Everyone seems to say, this is a race, we're going to watch each other.
And certainly everybody's watching the Chinese long team. They're the top team in this race. They're going to wait to see what they're doing as the Polishes are moving to the lead.
Nowitzki taking over from Cillier, the big man.
It's a great position for the Hussar to be in right now, because I think they're expecting the Chinese long to make a move, and that would put them into second and jump right on that, stay out ahead of the other teams in the race.
They're still hanging on right now. Lukasz Kuczynski. And there is a pass on the exchange, as we've talked about. But now Kuczynski trying to get it right back. Pardon me, that's Pigeon trying to get it right back.
The Nomads sneaking up into second there, capitalizing on that.
Oh, it's Nikisha trying to chase down Cillier. All the while, there is an incident with China out wide.
Wow, what a save by the Chinese team, but they're going to have their work cut out for them. The other teams, you would want to react to that, I think. They're not reacting too quickly, though.
13 to go.
Maybe a mixed opportunity there to kind of put the pedal down, try to open a gap between themselves and that strong Chinese team.
Just talking about how the entire time the Turkish Anatolian Pars have just been watching right at the back, riding tail gun. They're now up into third. They are now losing contact. And on the exchange, the Chinese legs, down goes Poland.
The Nomads now clear up front, but the Chinese team's coming up fast.
Kuczynski took over on a tag from Pigeon. But that one you might feel it's a bridge too far. As China got back into it, doesn't look like the Hussars will.
Chinese team struggling here on the corners as the ice is giving way, maybe some blade issues. They got to get this together. They've got 7 laps to go here. They have some work to do.
So the Anatolian Pars had been sitting in fourth, saw 2 teams in front of them succumb to separate misfortunes, but now they're fighting for their lives because here come the Chinese lungs. It's the Nomads out in front, and there's the move.
Liu Shaolin moving into second there, back to where they need to be. Not confident in the ice, you can see, as this is the final race going through. All these relays are still 1 more to go. The ice is getting chewed. The skaters are battling the conditions.
And it's Abzal Ajgaliev giving way to Denis Nikisha. It's now 3 at the front. One more exchange coming. And leading the way, Adil Galiakmatov. But don't count out the Turkish Anatolian Pars just yet. But it is at the bell, the Nomads, the Lungs.
Great track pattern by the Nomads there. Fending off the Chinese long, taking it to the line.
And a big celebration there.
Well deserved.
Adil Galiakmatov. Stay on your skates. You will come away with a good result. They proved just that.
Galiakmatov with a great last lap there. You're just watching how he's adjusting his track pattern. He knows the pressure is coming. A little bit of a wider entry, taking away some space with Chinese skaters to try to set anything up, bringing it home to the finish. But certainly in that race near the end, we were seeing the ice conditions starting to present a challenge to the skaters. Couple near falls, but they all held on, with the exception of the Polish Hussars.
Exception of the Hussars. See the difference. It's all a matter of if you do encounter trouble, it's all how you handle it. And the Chinese stayed on their feet, lost speed, but then the Polish Hussars went right off into the boards. It's all a matter of luck at times, depending on how the misfortune happens. Now there's still one more race to go, and with the ice craving that resurfacing coming up after this, we'll see what can happen in this one.
Yeah, the ice is hungry for a shave and a flood.
We'll see what kind of wrinkles that add to this story. Results are confirmed. There they are. And the final heat of the men's relay has the Japanese Ninjas, the Dutch Lions, the British Royals, and the Bulgarian Kings. As the world rankings go, it's the Ninjas who are 4th ranked, the Lions are 5th, the Royals are 12th, and the Kings 14th. And off the start, it's Shinky Connect, the veteran, leading the way. And he'll give way to Jens Vanetwout. On the Bulgarian side, there are 4 entrants: Ivan Donchev, Asen Gurov, Stefan Alexander Kumurjev, and Maxim Maximov. The Royals in 3rd right now. On the ice for them is Kyle Ross Waddell.
Great to see the depth among these countries in all these relay races for the quarterfinals, all of them. You know, not a lot of separation between the teams. In the past, we might have seen bigger gaps, and a lot tighter racing already in the quarterfinals. Just setting up the show that we're going to have for the semis and the finals. It's going to be a lot of action as we go through the weekend.
Connect, and the starters are back in place. Vanetwout into the race on the back right now for the Japanese side. The Japanese Ninjas. And it's Miyata Shogo going to Iwasa Dan.
You know, the Dutch Lions are happy to have the experience of Shinky Connect back in the lineup for their team. It's really been a cornerstone of their program for what has to be over a decade now, so nice to see him back on the ice.
Right now, Sven Roos will get back into Shinky Connect. This one, certainly more pace to it than the previous race. We'll see 32 laps to go. And with the ice in this condition and as the speed ramps up, that's where we might see things really pick up. Dutch staying comfortably in front, not wanting to risk anything. Last season, GB, as they were called, or Great Britain, they had a few good relays going, and then there always seemed to be some sort of misfortune, crashes and the like. So there's the potential on that side. Because as you look, I mean, the Ninjas side, such a high ranking, they tend to turn up really well in the relays. And so it's not always the strongest team. As you can always say, it is the strongest team. It's not the team with the strongest individual, so to speak.
That's right. But the British Royals, this weekend, individually, these skaters have been showing themselves to be in good form. So I think their team's going to be looking good, looking to get through this round, but they've certainly got their work cut out for them.
Ninjas up there now, eyeing the lead. But the Dutch Lions hanging on to that lead. Here comes the attempted look. One of the taglines for this Ninja side, Blades of Stealth. And they have snuck their way up here into second place as the Royals lose touch a little bit now, having to chase.
Starting to see this one spread out a little bit. The Bulgarian Kings, a little ways off the back. The Royals have pulled themselves back in it. That's when we start to see some of the depth breaking these teams apart. Mal Tracy there, sitting in third. Nice and tight pack.
Still smooth at the front. Dutch being stopped by the Ninjas, and the Royals now climbing into the fray once again. Nicely done for them. Having wrist slipping off the back a little bit. They see 16 laps to go, and as it happened again, the elastic stretches on the Royals, and looks like it could be a two-horse race now to the finish.
Pace is picking up, that gap's opening up. Royals with some work to do again to get back into it. The Ninjas moving into the lead. Shinky Connecto staying relaxed. He knows it's a 2+0 here. They're okay in second with a bit of a gap, and still 13 laps to go.
Miyata Shogo leading the way. Start to come in, Iwasa Dan, and there could be a pass on the push.
And again, Niall Tracy pulls the Royals back into it, looking for an inside move. It's not there. But Niall Tracy having to do a lot of work to get the team back in it. We'll see if that's going to affect him in the final laps of the race. He's having to expend a little bit more energy to keep in touch with the top teams of the Ninjas and the Lions.
Yokoyama Hiroki leading the way. Appreciate the effort and the fight from that Royal side. But Watanabe Keita.
We've entered the final stages of the race here. 8 laps to go. Oh, and the Kings go down. They tag it up.
They got the shot of that. You see how exchange can be done. It just has to be a touch. But they obviously always want to go for the push. Is this an opportunity to make a move? No, I think they're just going to pretty confidently be happy with just the two. The Brits, the Royals running out of time, running out of space. As the Dutch do make the lead. The Lions roar.
The Ninjas pushing back.
Interesting. Both these sides are through if they stay on their skates, but they're both pushing each other.
There's pride on the line here.
Certainly. Connect in for the Lions. Watanabe Keita leading the way.
Jens Van Het Wout coming to finish this off for the Lions.
It's Miyata Shogo for the Ninjas. They come up to lap the Kings, and this is going to be interesting. Oh dear.
That's going to be flagged as well. I think it's a similar incident to what we saw earlier with the Norwegian Vikings.
But it doesn't affect the result in the end. And I mean, it does. You could argue the King's skater was drifting out and looked over his shoulder and was not sure that he had a skater coming way on the outside of him.
Yeah, the Ninjas had the lead at that point in which they were forced to go around a long way. So that will be potentially a review point.
Some exhausted British skaters. A lot of them were in multiple races today, so they, an exhausted group. They gave it a fight. Looked like an official was about to make an announcement down there on the ice, but either way, let's take a look back. Brit's in it for a long time.
Getting a recap of the action here with the Ninjas and the Lions battling it out. Here's a review of that last corner there. Ninjas having a duck out to the outside. Going around the Knights. The Kings, sorry.
So I think that's going to be all she wrote. Not going to take a second look at that. And that will mean the ice finally gets some work done. It's taken quite the beating. And so moving on up, one final flood, one final bit of action to come. The mixed relay, 2,000 meters, quite a different beast. So we will take one final break on what has been a pretty long day here in Montreal. The last dash coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Racing will resume with the mixed 2,000 meter relay at 6:17 p.m. Rapidement, j'aimerais remercier nos bénévoles pour leur aide ce week-end. Nous avons fait un tirage de prix de présence pour tous les bénévoles qui sont ici avec nous. Alors, si vous entendez votre nom, vous pouvez aller récupérer votre prix à l'accueil des bénévoles un peu plus tard dans la journée. Félicitations à Daniel Aclin, Marie-Chantal Laroche, Daniel Villeneuve, Monique Forest et San Lijou. Vous avez gagné un prix de présence. Vous pouvez aller le prendre à l'accueil des bénévoles. Merci aux bénévoles.
That's my camera. It's on the live feed. Oh, really? Yeah. That's my camera. That's my camera. Well, like, I'll be using it. Yeah, it's a chill day for me. You guys, how's it been? Pretty good? You hear about the next week? Back here. I'm going home for 2 days. Yeah, I'm going home for 2 days and come back. Jesus. Yeah. There's a lot of blame to go around there. Yeah. Whereabouts do you live? Toronto? So it's relatively quick. Not that far. Did you train for Toronto? Yeah, but there's only like 4 a day. If there's direct, it's like 5 hours. Which is fine, but
Anyway.
La journée, le télémix 2020. On est encore maintenant pour cette dernière course. Alors, il y en a 4 quarts de finale. 3 équipes dans cette première vague. Pour les Pays-Bas, c'est Dutch Lions. Nous avons le numéro 3, Chandra Valsemour, le numéro 12, Michel Valsemour, le numéro 13, Yann Francois, et le numéro 23, Isaac Della. Pour la Pologne, nous avons le numéro 13, Kamila Stormowska, numéro 97, Natalia Maliszewska, numéro 18, Michael Gilinski, et le numéro 31, Lukasz Kuczynski. Examen pour le Japon, Japanese Ninjas. Nous avons le numéro 39, Nakashima Mire, numéro 67, Kanae Obika, numéro 46, Miyata Shogo, et le numéro 55, Matsubayashi. Les Pays-Bas en première position, la Pologne en deuxième, le Japon en troisième. Un avancement de 2-0. Les deux premières équipes vont passer à la ronde de demi-finale. Dutch Lions out in front, Polish Hussars in second. The Japanese Ninjas currently sitting in third, but they have 5.5 laps to go. Chandra Valsemour for the Netherlands. She is pushing her teammate Isaac Della. Della is followed in second by Lukasz Kuczynski. Third qualifier, Jens Pankov, Michael Gilinski.
The top 2 teams for the mixed relay moving on to the semifinals. Jens van het Wout leading it out for the Dutch Lions, followed by Nowicki right behind in second, moving to the semifinals. Followed in third by the Japanese Ninjas.
Really, the two Velzebor sisters flying off the gun set the tone in that one, and it was just insurmountable from then.
Yeah, they opened up to a huge early lead with the Velzebor sisters flying out there.
That's how quick the mixed relay goes. Hope you've stocked up on whatever you need to get through this last stretch of races. So there won't be much time to really head to the kitchen or wherever you may be around the world. Strap in for 3 more races to go, and they are some fun ones.
These mixed relays only being 18 laps is really a sprint for a team of 4. Each skater only hits the ice twice, starting with 2.5 laps, followed by 2 laps.
And this has kind of been the theme of the day, very few reviews. And that race was also clean, like most of our races have been today. So we'll just wait for confirmation of those results coming up as we look at Itzhak Dalat. This camera angle always means the results are coming and we can get set up for heat number 2. And there you have it. 1, 2, and 3. It's just top 2 moving on to the semis. So the Chinese Lungs will be out of position 1. The Canadian Ice Maples 2. The German Wolves and the British Royals back up to 4 teams for this one. Wang Xinran kicking things off for the Lungs, but it's Kim Boutin the Canadian jumping into that first corner.
Again, this relay is really a sprint. Athletes want to get those gaps opened up where possible. Chinese Longs, the reigning world champions in this distance.
Betty Muska is at the back there for the Wolves, and now checking in for the British Royals, Holly Hoyland. And it's really going to be a two-horse race. I think there is enough gulf in the horsepower on these teams that it's going to be a battle between the Ice Maples and the Lungs.
One great feature of the mixed relay is that it allows smaller countries to field teams. They only require 2 male, 2 female skaters. So for those smaller countries that can't field full relay teams, this is a great event for them.
So often we saw last year the Belgian Ice Bears, they only had 2 female skaters. They always were a competitive mixed relay team. It was always fun to see. And now it's William Dongenou for the Ice Maples. Leading around, that's Zhang Yize for the Lungs. And with the quick turnover between the relays, this is where there's that benefit of depth, and you can trade in some players. Only one of the Liu brothers raced in the men's relay, for example.
Absolutely, you can kind of share the workload when you have a big team, which is great. Also gets more skaters experience racing in these team events. And again, this gap is continuing to open up between our 2 lead teams. And it's a 2+0 to the semifinals.
Florence Brunel as the Ice Maples already comfortably in the qualifying positions. There is going to be an incident that gets reviewed. You see the little yellow dot in our corner, but it is head and shoulders above the rest. And even now, the Canadian Ice Maples pushing off on their own. William Dongenou, as we've seen all day long, he can absolutely drop the hammer. He has Liu Xiaowang behind him, but he's not really going to make it then in that lead. Both of those sides have a big enough lead.
You see the Ice Maples still pushing the pace here, because when it's going to look to the seeding of the semifinal, the top-ranked teams are looking to get a little bit of an easier matchup to qualify to the finals.
And it's the Ice Maples comfortably through. A pump of the fist from Dubois. And he did lose the Royal.
Hungarian Falcons holding their position in second. Gaps opening up a little bit throughout this race.
Ward Petre goes to Stan de Smet, and right on. What a good push by Petre, and it gets him right up onto the back.
Should make for a very interesting battle to the end of this race for that second position to go through to the semis between the Falcons and the Ice Bears.
It's Kim Gun-woo leading the way. And he'll anchor off this race as well as the women's skaters come back into the mix. Tineke Dendalk battling there.
This is really a key exchange here if the Belgian team can stay close to the Hungarian Falcons, because we know we got Hannah de Smet coming up, followed with her brother Stijn de Smet finishing off the Belgian team.
Zofia Konya in for the Falcons. Hannah de Smet breathing down her neck.
De Smet's looking to set it up here, building wide. See if she's going to hook this tight on the inside. No, she carries the speed right around, building off that pass.
And Petre in, and that could be a decisive move for the Belgians. The top 2 moving on. Now it's up to Mark Chismadia to chase for the Falcons, but the gap is opening up, and the anchor for the Ice Bears, Stan de Smet, now with room and looking quite comfortable in second place. Kim Gun-woo leading the way at the front. Forgot about them. They're so far off the front, and it's comfortable for the White Tigers. And it is the Belgian Ice Bears sneaking up for second place and into the semifinals. And another race that goes clean, and I do not think we will be getting anything reviewed there. to look back, and the race was always going to be for second, and once it was close enough, you always would have been betting on the De Smet's to make the move that needed to be done. Nice move. She set up on the outside like you were noticing, Tyler, potentially setting up an inside move, but then goes right back to the outside, slung shot her right way around.
Yeah, and I think that was really the right move, because carrying it out on the outside, she's entering wide in the next corner. She can keep that speed building. If you make that inside pass, you might find yourself forced to make a tight entry, having to pivot really hard, dumping some speed, and then by going on the outside, she could just carry that velocity right out and open up a little bit of a gap, give her team some breathing room ahead of the Falcons.
And it is our last race of the day. As you see the results of the last one, the day started, the racing started almost 10 hours ago. And one more mixed relay quarterfinal to come. There you see the start list: the Gladiators, the Eagles, the Nomads, and the Wildcats. USA Eagles bronze medalist in this distance from Rotterdam back in March. Kicking things off for Italy, Gladiators is Ariana Siegel, Corin Stoddart for the United States. And for the Nomads, it's Malika Yermak. And for the Wildcats, Yelizaveta Sidorko. As they're starting positions right now, yeah, they're all very tight. It's as they were off the line. Coming in for Italy, it will be Elisa Confortola and Kristen Santos Griswold. Who else for the Eagles?
These two teams went silver and bronze, the Gladiators and the Eagles, to World Championships. So this is a strong matchup here already in the heats.
And Confortola giving way to Thomas Natalini. And for the Eagles, it's Wesley Park coming under some threat here. It is the Nomads, Aibek Nassen. And don't count out Danilo Fedorenko of the Wildcats. Still a tight battle, but there is a bit of a gap opening up at the front.
Still a tighter race than we've seen in the previous heats.
Pietro Segal, he made it close in that mixed relay.
Andrew Hale jumping up the inside. Nice pass. He's moving well out here today. And here comes Corey Stoddart now in the lead.
I always find interesting is the amount of short trackers that come out of the Pacific Northwest of the United States, an area that doesn't really see much snow in the winter unless you're up in the mountains. Thinking of Seattle, it's more rain. But they've turned out some good ones. Anyway, it's the Connecticut native, Kristen Santos Griswold, now adding to the lead ahead of Elisa Confortola.
Kristen Santos Griswold really giving her team a gap that they need to make sure they can secure this top two finish. They'll have a little bit of breathing room with 4 laps to go.
Wesley Park leading Natalini around. And both of these sides have some room. One exchange coming. Aibek Nassen has some work to do for the Nomads as the Italian Gladiators make the move for the lead. It's Segal and Heo leading things away at the bell. They're still battling.
Great to see it. Andrew Hale looking outside.
Heo makes the move at the line, and it will be the USA taking that victory, moral and otherwise, at that mixed relay.
Nice
they finished
finish
behind them at the World Championships, ahead of them here today.
Kind of unlike Pietro Segal to kind of let off the gas there. He's normally real a fighter, but he knows this is just the heat. We're just getting through clean, not taking any chances.
And once again, I do not see any yellow dots in the corner. We'll just wait for that official result to come up. Segal, Natalini. High five and look back at this race. The two best teams on paper, best teams on the ice.
That's right. And that was kind of the theme throughout the races today in these mixed relays.
Not really a ton of surprises.
But we're going to be in for some great action as we move to the semifinals, getting these big teams matching up against each other. Excited to watch this racing.
Qualification day is now done, and we can turn our eyes to Saturday and Sunday. Starts with the repechage. Some events tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern time. Check your time zones wherever you may be around the world. Then just after 1:30 Eastern time in the afternoon, the races for the medals as the World Tour really gets going in that afternoon session. Racers are off the ice for the final time. Their hotel's not that far away. Recovery preparations will begin. Speckenhauser. I might have got my Italian skaters wrong. I thought it might have been Natalini. Apologies for that. It was Lucas Speckenhauser in the end. And we'll wait just these last little bits of results. There they are. The Eagles going P1. The Gladiators in second, moving on to the semis. And so ends qualifying day for the very first ISU Short Track World Tour event here at the Maurice Richard Arena. We also are going to go back for a bit of a rest. Be back with you tomorrow morning for a repechage day. And so, on behalf of Tyler Dara, my analyst, and the entire crew putting this all together, we will see you tomorrow morning. My name is Gavin Day, and have a good night.